Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my honor and great pleasure to welcome you to the first edition of the International Conference on Food Security and Sustainable Agri-Food Technologies. We are delighted to see such a distinguished gathering of researchers, academics, students, all sharing the same vision to build a more sustainable and secure future of our food systems. Before we begin, I kindly invite you all to rise as we listen to the Algerian national anthem. Thank you. This conference represents an important moment of exchange and collaborations in the field of food security and agricultural innovations. Over the coming days, participants will discuss innovative ideas, share scientific advances, and explore technological solutions that contribute to the sustainability and resilience of our food system. To officially open our conference, we are honored to have with us the Rector of the University of Bejaïa, Professor Abdelkrim Benyaish, the Dean of the Faculty of Natural and Life Sciences, Professor Bettash Azdin, the Director of the Research Center in Agri-Food Technologies, Professor Boucharba Nawel, and the President of the Organizing Committee, Dr. Mohamed Khalil Millal. May you please join me on the stage. Now, to begin this opening ceremony, I have the great pleasure to invite the Rector, Professor Benyaish, to deliver the opening address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. سيدتي مديرة المركز، سيد عميد كلية علوم الطبيعة والحياة، السيد رئيس الكوميتي دورغانيزاسيون دو كونغري، السادة الضيوف كل باسمه وعلو مقامه، أحييكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. إنه لمن دواعي السرور والغبطة أن أكون بينكم اليوم لافتتاح هذا الملتقى الأول حول التغذية بصفة عامة وأمن الغذائي كمحور من المحاور التي أقرها أعلى هيئات الدولة لتكون من المواضيع الحساسة التي ولا بد أن نتطرق لها في عالمنا الجامعي لإثراء برامج حيوية، برامج أمنية لمصلحة المواطن في الجزائر. فبدون إطالة، وكل الشرف أن أكون أول الملقيين في هذا الملتقى، وأعلن رسميا عن افتتاح الملتقى الأول هذا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Professor. I now invite Professor Bettash to take the floor. Elle va se déplacer sinon.
Merci, Madame. Monsieur le recteur, Professeur Bejaïa Abdelkarim, recteur de l'Université de Bejaïa, Professeur Bouchar Banawel, directrice du Centre de recherche en technologie agroalimentaire, nos chers invités, chers professeurs, chers étudiants et doctorants, chers invités, salam alaikum, kulun bi ismi wa maqamih. Donc je vois nos chers collègues en retraite, Madame Saadoun, Monsieur Saadoun, c'est un plaisir toujours de vous revoir parmi nous. Mes chers aussi collègues, Monsieur Gagawa que je vois ici, Monsieur Chili, tous nos collègues, voilà, enseignants et doctorants, marhaba bikoum à cette conférence internationale en technologie agroalimentaire. Voilà. Donc, c'est avec un grand honneur que je prends la parole à l'occasion de cette première conférence internationale sur la sécurité alimentaire et les technologies modernes en agriculture durable 2025. Je pense donc que c'est le premier séminaire international qui s'organise au niveau du CRTAA, le Centre de recherche en technologie agroalimentaire. Donc, cet événement marque un tournant important dans notre engagement collectif pour relever l'un des défis majeurs dans notre époque, assurer une alimentation saine, suffisante et durable pour tous. La sécurité alimentaire n'est pas seulement un axe de recherche, c'est une priorité nationale et mondiale. Donc, à la Faculté des sciences de la nature et de la vie et au niveau également du CRTAA, donc cet enjeu est au cours de nos formations, dans nos laboratoires et des formations doctorales, master, où nous avons donc le laboratoire 3BS, le laboratoire aussi de microbiologie appliquée qui travaille sur l'alimentation, les probiotiques, tous les aspects donc, de la technologie agroalimentaire, les probiotiques, ce que nous allons voir dans toutes les conférences et le détail de tous ces axes. Voilà. Donc, nous ouvrons à développer des approches scientifiques intégrées qui associent innovation, durabilité et valorisation des ressources locales. Dans cette dynamisme, nous encourageons fortement la création de start-up issues de la recherche scientifique portée sur nos étudiants et nos enseignants-chercheurs. Ces initiatives constituent une passerelle concrète entre la science et l'économie, entre la connaissance et le développement territorial. Donc, je tiens également à souligner la collaboration étroite entre la Faculté des sciences de la nature et de la vie et le Centre de recherche en technologie agroalimentaire. Donc, nous ambitionnons de concrétiser des objectifs communs au service de la souveraineté alimentaire et de la durabilité agricole, en parfaite cohérence avec les priorités nationales. Voilà, donc avant de conclure, je tiens à exprimer mes vifs remerciements à Mme Bouchar Banawel pour cette invitation, son engagement indéfectible donc à la gestion du centre de recherche, également à l'adjointe de la directrice, Mme Khadji Hafsa. Bon, c'est une perte pour la faculté, donc elle nous a lâchés dans les chefs de spécialité. Le point focal aussi au sein de la faculté par rapport au suivi des projets start-up de nos étudiants. Mais bon, c'est ça. Ce qu'on a discuté ce matin avec M. Azioun, il n'y a pas de concurrence entre le même établissement. Donc, on essaie de s'entraider. Voilà, c'est la vie. Donc, mes félicitations également à tout l'ensemble du staff scientifique et administratif du CRTAA. Voilà, donc je vous souhaite plein succès pour cette conférence internationale. Bon courage. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Professor. Next, I'm pleased to invite Professor Nawal Boucharba to address the audience.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dear scientific community, high authorities, and distinguished audience, we welcome you always in the name of the Agri-Food Technology Research Center. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Bejaïa Abdelkarim, President of the University Abdelrahman Mira of Bejaïa. It's a pleasure to welcome you into your own house in this beautiful auditorium. Thank you for your commitment and for the university's support. I would like also to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Nature, Science and Life for his uninterrupted help. It's from the bottom of my heart, my friend and colleague, Professor Bataj. On the behalf of the Agri-Food Technology Research Center, we are very happy and honored to hold the first international conference on food security and sustainable agri-food technologies. We would like to thank our teachers and professors. I name Professor Saïd Ben Alawa, Professor Zaidi Farid, Professor Sadoun Belqasem, and Professor Sadoun Jamila. Welcome, Madam. Professor Sadoun Jamila, who is the pioneer of the food science in the Faculty of the Natural Science and Life. We warmly thank our eminent keynote speaker who come from different countries. Thank you for joining us. Your presence and participation will make this event truly special. Thank you again. You have my full gratitude. I would like also to thank the Directorate General for Scientific Research and Technological Development for financial support and for ensuring the success of this event. I would like to thank also the representative of Customs Division, the High Authority. We warmly thank the Director of the Biotechnology Research Center. I name Professor Ammar Azioun. We would like to thank our sponsor, I say it in French, l'Hôtel de l'Étoile, MPS, STS Academy, Agromafa, Cogé Label, Skiplay, Ovital, and Esclave. I would like to thank the scientific committee and organizing committee, without forget the scientific council of the center for all the efforts made. I would like also to thank all my staff, from the General Secretary, the President of the Organizing Committee, the Assistant Director, to the ordinary worker for their dedication and perseverance. Thank you very much. As you know, under the aegis of the President Abdelmajid Tebboune, there is a promotion of the resilient agriculture and agri-food technology with the principle of sustainability, from agricultural production to consumption, using eco-friendly environmental system. The objective of our conference aims to facilitate opportunities for entrepreneurship, to examine also the economic model that promote valorization of byproduct, establish again an international collaborative platform for accelerating technology transfer in matter of sustainable development, And finally, we need to formulate recommendations aligned with national strategic plans or directive. I remind we have four topics. The first one, it's about food security and public health. The second one is about valorization of byproduct for circular economy. Third one is about agroecology and sustainable agri-food system. And finally, we have trends and challenges in agri-food industry. In 2.5 days, we will listen to 14 conferences and about 100 communicators will present their research results. Before the second announcement of the opening of the conference, the president of the organizing committee will speak and express something also.
بعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. Good morning, everyone. It's truly a pleasure to see this conference finally come to life after so much preparation and anticipation. On behalf of the organizing committee, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all who made this possible, our distinguished guests, our partners, the speakers, and of course, all the participants who have joined us from from near and far. I won't keep you long, but I do want to say how proud we are to host such a gathering of bright minds and inspiring ideas. Conferences like this one are not only about sharing research, they are about connecting, exchanging perspectives, and sparking collaborations that continue long after the session ends. I wish you all a rewarding and enjoyable time here, full of learning, discovery, and great conversation. Thank you, and once again, welcome for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Millel. Okay.
On the behalf of the Agri-Food Technology Research Center, I officially announce the opening of the first international conference on food security and sustainable agri-food technologies.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is now officially open. We wish you all an inspiring and successful experience. Thank you. So now for this morning, we will begin with topic number 1, food security and public health. The session will open with a plenary lecture by Professor Fatih Ozegul from Kukurva University. And then there will be a series of oral presentation and a general debate about 20 minutes. So for the first session, I call the chair sessions Professor Marit Boumdien Khaled, Professor Ibtisam Jinni, and Dr. Mohammed Irfan to chair the session, please. You can come back. So let me introduce to you Professor Ozgul. He is a distinguished scientist in the field of science, food science and technology. He has been serving at Kukurva University since 2002, where he is currently the head of Department of Seafood Processing Technology and director of the Biotechnology Research and Application Center. He has authored more than 250 scientific papers and 20 book chapters, accumulating over 14,000 citations with an H index exceeding 60. His research focuses on food biotechnology and microbiology, with special emphasis on seafood preservation, food safety, nanotechnology applications, and bioactive natural compounds. Professor Ozgul has coordinated several national and international research projects, including EU COST and PRIMA H2020 initiatives. He is listed among the world's top 1% scientists in food science by Stanford University and was named a highly cited researcher in agricultural sciences by Clarivate Web of Science in 2023. He is also serves as editor for Food Bioscience, Frontier in Microbiology and Measurements Food, and as a member of the editorial board of Trends in Food Science and Technology and Data in Brief. Today, Professor Ozgul will deliver a keynote lecture entitled Probiotics and Postbiotics, Comparative Role in Functional Foods and Human Health. You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here to give this presentation. As you can see from this slide, my name is Fatih Özoğlu from Çukurova University, Turkey, where I am head of the seafood processing technology and also director of Biotechnology Research and Application Center. Now, what I would like to talk about is, you can see on the slide that the probiotics. So how can we feed the people, because the population is always increasing. So how can we feed this population? So let's turn back to the nature and find out that the bacteria, macroorganism, okay. So this is the topic that now I am going to talk about, and this you can see in this the slides that this is the hot topic. This topic, hot topic, is really is growing interest among the researchers all over the world, and also the other things is that can we use probiotics instead of the antibiotics? Okay. Now, before introducing or before giving the speech about the probiotic, we need to understand the functional foods. Okay, the functional foods. So this is the powerful word. Why is important, the functional foods? Because it has the health benefits for the human health, and also significant health properties. This is because of the much, it's a major source of the essential nutrients. Essential nutrients and can be used as a food supplement. Of course, this functional foods is typically the important nutrients, including vitamins, minerals, healthy fats, and fibers. Okay, then how we can categorize the functional food? You can see that the functional food is the natural, modified, supplemented, enriched product and improved product. We focus on this functional food for the enriched product. For example, probiotics. Okay, and you can see this in this slide. The functional food categories is the plant-based and animal-based product. Okay, so You can see that the plant-based, the functional foods, vegetables, nuts, okay, fruits, but there are some, you know, the bioactive component inside of the functional foods. For example, lycopene, it is found in the tomatoes, okay. The ascorbic acid is found in some fruits. So the PUFA, it's found in the seafoods. But the functional foods, as I said before, has important health benefits, okay? So decrease for example, antioxidative stress, decrease the inflammation, and decrease the protein aggregation. Of course, out of the properties, it has some, you know, the anti-cancer effect, the cardioprotective effect, antibiotic properties. These are the plant-based functional food. When we look at the animal base, so we need to talk about the probiotics. But before probiotics, we need to know the prebiotics. Okay, prebiotics is the food of the probiotics. Okay, now I'm going to explain all of them. Also, as an animal-based functional food, the fish has omega-3 fatty acids. They are, I mean, this is the example, okay? So they have the very good the functional food health benefit effects, okay? Like cardiovascular disease, it can prevent the cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease. When I say the Parkinson's disease, yesterday when I'm coming back to Istanbul to the Algeria, next to there was the young Algerian guy. He has a Parkinson's disease. Okay, this is a young man behind next to me. There was a Turkish man who is helping him that his body is shaking. Every 4 hours he needs to take some medicine. But if you get some the functional foods, okay, like the animal and vegetable based foods, so maybe we can prevent this kind of disease, okay. What a pity, I saw this man. He's the young. He's about, I think, he's the 30 years old, something, maybe less than 30 years old. Okay, now also we need to know these trends of the functional foods in the market. Okay, you can see that the dairy product, because now what I am going to talk about the probiotics is the part of the dairy products. So the part of the dairy products is the probiotics. Okay, then we will talk about the postbiotics. See the market grow. The 8.5%. You can see this is from 2022 to 2032 is the double the functional foods market will be, and it will be good return as a the money. So it's really the billion. I mean, when you look at 678 billion, so it is very important for market as well. Now, as I said before, we have to get back to the nature. Okay, so we have to, because the bacteria is the microorganism, is the engineer of the natures. Okay, in the fermentation process. So this. Maybe you have heard the terms the lactic acid bacteria. Not every lactic acid bacteria has the probiotic properties, but most of the the lactic acid bacteria has probiotic function. So the growing interest about the functional foods rise every year because the people need these functional foods. Macroorganism, specifically probiotics now replace some functional foods, especially some animal-based functional foods. Now, in this slide, we need to know about these terms, okay? The probiotics, what is the probiotics, what are the postbiotics, and what is the prebiotics, okay? So you can see that the probiotics in this slide. The probiotics is the live macroorganism, okay? When the adequate amount is taken, it's provide the health benefits. It's good for our the gut systems. But when we look at the postbiotics, this is not the live, okay? This is not live. This is the actually byproduct of the probiotics, okay? But what is the prebiotics? Prebiotics is the food of probiotics. So term is the confusing, but we need to know these terms to understand what I am talking about. For example, prebiotics, we can give the fiber, okay? The fiber, for example, garlic, okay? We can use the fiber or garlic for the probiotics to produce some metabolites, okay? So that's why the question, okay, I will explain later this. The postbiotics or the probiotics. Which one is we can prefer? I will talk about later. Here is this slide shows the definition developments of the probiotic prebiotics. You can see that this is just the first mention about the probiotics is 1907. Okay. The probiotics is about its mention is 1995, early 2000. But postbiotics is recently international scientific association and association for probiotic and prebiotics. It's just recently is mentioned and is defined. So from 19 is the almost 100 more than 100 years to come this update. Development of the probiotics and prebiotic and postbiotics. But to understand, the probiotics, we need to know, this slide is very well, okay? The biogenic, okay? The biogenics is then how we can classify the biogenic amines? You can see this slide. In the symbiotics, we can see that the probiotics, okay, prebiotics and probiotics, because on this slide, on the half of slide, you can see the probiotics in the prebiotic side and also the postbiotic sides. So traditional probiotics, it can be found in the yogurt, in the in the wine, in the kefir, for example. But the probiotic that can be in the the other side, like next generation of the probiotics, for example, live biotherapeutic products. Okay, so this is we called pharmabiotics. This pharmabiotics is also include the postbiotics and parabiotics. When you look at this slide, okay, this non-digestible, the probiotics non-digestible to the the live macroorganism probiotics and the non-viable bacteria macroorganism. These are the see the differences between the prebiotic and postbiotic. Okay. Now, still we are talking on the the probiotics. Okay, As I said before, probiotic has really the support the health of the gut microbiota, and this is good to prevent some, the gastrointestinal disease. For example, also the other disease like obesity, type 2, the diabetes, osteoporosis, or the other diseases. But here is we must be very careful because probiotics, can be found in the food is naturally, okay. That must be non-pathogenic, okay. Because some pathogens, we have done many researches about this, some pathogens produce the toxic component. So we can eliminate using the probiotics because probiotic live macroorganism, okay. So live macroorganism can compete with the other macroorganism that can be found in the food. So that's why, I mean, it helped our gut and it helped our health. Now, this paper is published 2023. Is one of the hot papers. Although it's published in 2023, really it is the hot paper, and according to the Web of Science, it has many citations. So, I mean, we can understand that how this subject is very important. Okay, so you can see that in this paper, although it's published in the Frontiers in Microbiology. If you need to get more information about this, the mode of the probiotics, mode of action of the probiotic, you can see it on these papers. Okay, then it is a really good paper. I suggest that you should read these papers. So there are some research on the probiotics, okay, strains, really, you can see that, there are, you can see it on the slide, reported lactobacillus strains, different, the type of the foods, okay, like yogurt, cheese, the butter and milk. So there are some strain, that lactobacillus strain that, we use as a probiotic strain. But also we have the challenge, okay? So from one hand, we try to solve the problem. Also we have some, the challenges that we face, okay? So you can see that, for the probiotics, okay? Also I am going to giving the information about the postbiotic as well, okay? So what is the factor that affect the life cycle of the probiotics, okay? Is the first things, the probiotics is the live microorganism that is sensitive to the oxygen, okay, sensitive to the acids and moisture. On these all affect the shelf life of the foods, okay, and the other the factor that affecting the life cycle of the probiotics is the it cannot tolerate the gastric acids, and also the bile and pancreation. So the bacteria has to be, survive in the very acidic environment. And also antibiotic interaction. This is very important, the part of my presentation. Antibiotic interaction. So we don't advise the concomitant use to the probiotics and antibiotics, because there are some the side effects. Okay, so we should be careful when we take this antibiotic. We should not use pills for the probiotics. So what are the challenges for this? You can see that the dose of these probiotics is important. 1 million to 1 million to the 10 billion coloniformic unit, okay, has to be considered as a dose, okay. And also effectivity. Of course, the effectivities depend on the, the specific strain, okay? It can be changed strain to strain, but is the half-life can be affected by this optional duration of the therapy. And of course, safety concern, the other challenge of the probiotics. Generally safe, okay. Using this probiotic is generally safe, but we have to use the caution with the children, okay, with the children, and maybe the children, it could some side effects like abdominal cramps, nausea, and testosterone. Okay, now we have, the given information on the probiotics. Now we move to the postbiotics, okay. As I said before, the postbiotics is the end or byproduct, okay, metabolites of the probiotics, okay. Metabolites of the lactic acid bacteria in other definition. So, what kind of, the metabolite the probiotics can produce and be called postbiotic? You can see that, the organic acids, peptides, and some enzymes, some short-chain fatty acids, and like bacteriocin, we can give it, the bacteriocin as example, nisin, for example. And also, in this slide, okay, how the postbiotics, our intestinal barrier, how this immune system, the works, okay. So this substance, enzymes, peptides, polysaccharide, like organic acid, short chain fatty acids, this can be good for the gut the barrier, okay. So, but for the probiotics it's not like that, okay. For the probiotic is the life microorganism, so this has some disadvantages about the intestinal barrier. Here is another paper we published in Food Bioscience, where I am the editor of this journal. I have been editor for this journal more than 10 years. But when we look at these papers, is actually review articles. We summarize this bioactive preservative of the lactic acid bacteria, the mode of action. Okay, it's also really good papers that you can get the more information in this. The important is that this lactic acid bacteria, which mean that is the probiotics can produce some metabolites. Okay, this slide is show the metabolites like organic acids, antimicrobial peptides, antifungal components, and the others. And you can see that, for example, as an example, the antimicrobial peptides, bacteriocin, okay, is as I said before, the nisins, okay. So the mode of action, for example, when we look at the mode of action for the nisin, the membrane permeabilization through the formation of the pore and ion changes, with or without the specific cell receptors, and also. The first one, organic acids. The lactic acid bacteria produce the lactic acid, acetic acid, propionic acid, okay, the others, propionate. So this is the mode of action when we look at the changes in the intercellular pH and effect on the enzyme activity and membrane permeability and leakage of the cell metabolites. Okay. Just I will pass this slides quickly. The probiotics, the health benefit is the enhanced the gut health. It has the anti-inflammatory properties and support our immune system. and also antimicrobial effects. Now, this slide shows that our research, okay, not only the probiotics but also the pathogen produces some toxic component, okay, like the biogenic amines. Here in this slide, this is one of my PhD student thesis. I think not MSc student thesis. See here. We tested, the 25% and 50% of the cell-free solution we obtained from the lactic acid bacteria that has the probiotic properties. Okay, you can see that, they decrease the toxic components like, the histamine and tyramine biogenic amines. The other disadvantages of the probiotics that they are beneficial microorganism, but on the other hand, they have the the potential producing the toxic component. That's why we tested this. I mean, we tested the in different. For example, in this is the Salmonella paratifi. We tested E. coli. We tested Listeria monstogenes. Okay, we tested the other pathogens. And also we tested for the food spoilage bacteria. And also in this slide, we have done some research also in this slide. You can, Küley et al., she was my PhD student. Now she's a professor now. And so there are the other, the Özogul 2015 and 2011. So also you can see that, the elimination or decrease of the, the biogenic production. The green circle shows that, the inhibition effects, but also there is some stimulation effect in the, the red lights. Okay. Okay. Also, you can see that, these postbiotic producing organism and their application. You can see that, in different the postbiotic microorganism, they produce the different components and they have the different applications. And again here, this example of the postbiotics is the metabolite of the probiotics, nisin. Okay, the food we can find the nisin in dairy product or processed product and soup and sauces, and benefits. It's act as a preservatives. Okay, and also the postbiotic has immunomodulation effects. Okay, so it's strengthen our immunity. Okay, so you can see that the citrate of the lactic acid bacteria or the probiotic citrates has some for example anti-inflammatory effects. Okay, or you can see some, for example, Lactobacillus plantarum has some the anti-inflammatory effects again. Now, I have talked about the metabolites. Okay. Now, where did these metabolites come from? You can see that these metabolites from the the microbial metabolites. Okay, like short chain fatty acid, like conjugated linoleic acid, and the other source of this components, microbial cell components. Okay. Also, we can say that the exopolysaccharides, surface layer protein, and this probiotics also is the other metabolites come from the inanimate, the dead microorganism. Okay, like inactivated lactobacillus bifidobacterium, because the important important lactic acid and the probiotics is the lactobacillus bifidobacterium and Akkermansia and Streptococcus. Streptococcus, we use these for the breads, okay, for bread makings. And also lysates, okay, microbial lysates also is important, their components, okay. So all these have the health benefit effects for the human. Now, we need to compare the probiotics and postbiotics. Okay, this slide is important. So to understand this presentation, the mentality, okay. Now, when you look at the definition, as I mentioned before, I will repeat it again to understand, these terms, okay. So the definition of the probiotics is the live macroorganism, okay, live macroorganism. But the postbiotics, not the live macroorganism. This is the end product of the probiotics, okay. So the good thing is that when you look at the definition, when taken in the adequate amount, it has very good health benefits. I'm talking about the probiotic definition. And source, when you look at the probiotic source, it can be, the bacteria and yeast, okay, and like fermented product, yogurt, kefir, the foods. But when we look at the postbiotics, typically metabolic byproduct from the product bacteria, and this it cannot. The shelf life is longer than the probiotics. Okay, we don't need to worry about the metabolite and metabolite of the the probiotics for the postbiotics. The function. When we look at the function, the probiotics colonize the gut, enhance its microbial balance. Okay. So, but the postbiotics may not directly affect the microbiota composition because they are not live. Okay, they are inanimate. They are inanimate the cell, but has the the beneficial effects on the host health. Stability. I mean, we have this stability problem for probiotics, but we don't have the problem for the postbiotics. Safety can cause some problem for the the children, for example, okay, or some pregnant woman maybe, and also the postbiotic is generally safe. We don't have the problem because they are not the alive macroorganism. As an example, yogurt, kefir, fermented food, certain supplement we can say as a probiotics. But the postbiotic, short fatty acids, okay, like butyrate, certain bacterial cells. That's why we work on the cell-free solution or cell-free supernatant. Okay, so in cell-free supernatant we have every metabolite. Every metabolite, enzyme, bacteriocin, organic acid, but we need to to specify our work to separate, for example, bacteriocin and test this bacteriocin for the different foodborne pathogens. This is not very important. We have already talked this. And let's look at the future of the probiotics and postbiotics in the food industry. You can see that the market size from 2020 to 2030 it will rise up. Okay, and you can see that the global market 14.1%. And also when we look at the future of the postbiotics, also trend is this is the estimation. Okay. This is the estimation. Okay. Also, you can see that this is the trend is rising. That's why researcher. I mean, if we invest something to get back something return, okay. So the functional food, in specifically probiotics is very important. Okay, we can get some the money. We can invest, we can do some research, we can get some money out of the probiotic as a functional food. Okay, also we have already mentioned this. This is the other important the slide, okay. At the beginning of my presentation, I said that the two important things, okay. The other things is the antibiotics. The using the antibiotics is the problem. Okay. Now, can we use the probiotics instead of the antibiotic, the usage for human? There are some researchers, okay, but I cannot say yes, we can use. No, I cannot say. But there are some, there are some research that now in the future, maybe specific function of the probiotics can be used as a drug, okay? So that's why, I mean, for animal and for human, we can use the probiotics. I mean, at least now we have some, we have some advantages to use the probiotics for our health, okay? But can we use to, instead of the antibiotics, still we need to, I mean, we have long way to go to, to say this, okay, we can use it. Also, you can see that, the probiotics. Also, there are some research on probiotics because probiotics affect the viability of the probiotics. This is also probiotic affect the postbiotics metabolites. In this slide, how we can, how we can apply the probiotics in a good way, in a delivery system, okay? You can see that, we have the postbiotics, some advantages. We have some, the good news. But when we use the postbiotic as a postbiotic with the non-particle, properties, we have, the good solution, okay? We have, for example, there is no evidence when we use, the postbiotics like nanoparticles, okay? There is no evidence for the transfer of the antibiotic resistance genes. But there are some, there are some evidence when we look at the probiotics. There are some evidence for the transfer of antibiotic resistance genes, okay? So using, the delivery system for the nanoparticles is the advantages.
Professor Fali, I'm sorry. I'm here. Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think, okay, I see that you have exceeded the time, okay, offered to you.
Just finishing, okay? Now, I will, get the conclusion. You can see that, I am already talking about the probiotics have the immunomodulatory effects, and the probiotics show the health benefits through the modulation and intestinal microbiome, but still we have some, the technological problem. And the both form, this is the useful, but I can, the postbiotics better than the probiotics, okay? Of course, we used to, the biotics to benefit to, for the human health, okay? So the functionality of these probiotics is good for human health. And lastly, the mechanism of the immunomodulation by the food mechanism is crucial for human, for the future improvement and development of the new generation of the healthy product. You can see that, there are many papers we produce, on these subjects in my laboratory with my group, but also not in my group, also in Europe, okay? We have some friends, we have some, the researchers, we have some research together. And you can see this in the last slide. I am not just about the finishing, sorry about the taking a bit long, but it will take more than that, but I try to make it shorter. So if you want to ask anything, here is my, here is my email address and contact details we can talk about. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for the organizing committee to Mariam. I mean, she's always writing to me, thank you very much and inviting me, and also organizing the committee, I thank you. Okay. So I appreciate that. And also last things, I am really happy to be here, and I hope it will be a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So just to let you know, if you have any questions, there is a debate of approximately 20 minutes scheduled at the end of the oral presentations. So for now, we will welcome Dr. Lisa Warabi for her presentation on palm wine as source of probiotic lactic acid bacteria. Dr. Warabi, please.
So, je peux commencer? Hi everyone, and thank you for accepting this oral presentation. So I present myself, I'm Dr. Warabi Lisa, and I am a senior lecturer at the University of Bejaïa and attached to the Laboratory of Applied Microbiology. So I'm here today to talk about a specific topic, which is the candidiasis infections and palm wine as a source of probiotic lactic acid bacteria with antifungal properties. So to start, let's introduce this source, which is palm wine. So palm wine is a traditional beverage that we can find in Asia, but also in some countries in Africa. We can also find it in the clandestine way in some region of the south of Algeria, like Ouedsou, for example. And here we call it the legmi. In general, in Algeria, we call it legmi and not the palm wine. So palm wine is rich in sugar and nutrients because it is a beverage that you can obtain by the fermentation of the palm directly. So it is commonly consumed in tropical and subtropical regions, and it is valued not only because it is a refreshing drink, but because it has also health benefits sometimes, because it is rich in nutrients like magnesium and some acid, which is beneficial to the gut. So here our topic will be more about finding a solution using this palm wine as a source for probiotics. So our public health issue here is vaginal candidiasis. Vaginal candidiasis is a really common infection that attends women, and it is caused by the yeast Candida albicans. So here the issue is because it is really difficult to cure this kind of disease, because there is a problem of recurrence and antifungal resistance. So most of women has at least one episode of this type of infection during her life, because it appears when the balance of the vaginal microbiota is disturbed. This can occur while you use antibiotics or some other hygienic, for example, perturbants, etc., or hormonal or sexual life. So here, why using palm wine? Here we saw some publications which were talking about the adaptation of some strains when you use them on another microorganism ecosystem. Here, for example, this study shown that the probiotic properties of lactic acid bacteria taken from palm wine can be adapted to the gut microbiota. So we said, and we thought that why not trying to use them into the vaginal microbiota. Here we see also that the palm wine has an acidic pH like the vaginal microbiota, so the adaptation will be easily conducted. This is why we saw it as an opportunity for our isolation. So the objective of our study is, first of all, isolate and identify lactic acid bacteria, and also trying to test their probiotic traits in order to evaluate their antifungal properties against Candida albicans from the vaginal microsystem. For the sampling, so here we used 2 palm wine samples only. It has been provided from a colleague from the region of Ouedsou in Algeria between February and March 2025, and directly conducted into the laboratory in order to make some assay. For the isolation, we used the mandragosa and sharp broth and agar, which is used generally in order to have lactic acid bacteria and also lactobacillus genera. This is our first aim. And we used preliminary identification, which I mean gram staining and catalase test in order to really purchase this type of strains. Then we started with the safety, of course, to see if we can adapt these strains into our vaginal ecosystem. So there was the hemolytic activity using blood agar, and then some tests to see the property of the surfaces, like hydrophobicity and the co-aggregation, and also auto-aggregation. Also, we conducted some tests to see if our strains were able to form biofilm. Here we have to know also that biofilm is really important. Either you are working on beneficial strains or pathogenic strains. If it is a beneficial strains, it will be more important because if your strain can attach to a mucosa or a surface, it means it will remain. And if it is pathogenic, it means that the virulence is higher than you think. So here we conducted the test using the staining of crystal violet, using microplates and absorbers to see the results. For the strains tested on, I mean the targets, we used 7 clinical strains obtained from women with infections here in Bejaïa. And the characteristic of these strains are that they are all hemolytic, all resistant to the common antifungal agents like fluconazole. And also, they are biofilm forming, high biofilm forming ability. So, which means that these strains are very virulent. For the evaluation of the antagonistic power, we use the well-known spot test, which means we put directly the strain that we want to test and the target on the same agar plate, and we try directly to make a grow and see if there is an effect. Also, we have conducted a test to see the anti-biofilm power. So we saw first we wanted to know if our strains form biofilm, and also we wanted to know here if our strain can erase a biofilm or make a kind of a competition between the pathogenic strains in order to not let them form this biofilm on the vaginal mucosa. For our results, so we based our result on the phenotypic way. First of it was the growth on mandragosa and sharp agar. Here we obtained colonies which reveal directly that it is lactic acid bacteria, and also gram-positive and negative catalase reaction to H2O2, which means that we are on the good way to see if it is a lactobacillus. For the hemolysis, all our strains, so here we isolated 5 strains in total, and all of them were no hemolysis. There is no hemolysis on the test, which means that we can use them safely. For the cell surface hydrophobicity, so we had pretty high hydrophobicity ranging from 95% to 100% sometimes, which here give us information about our strains. It means that this hydrophobicity can lead to easily a formation of biofilm in the vaginal mucosa. Also for the antagonism, here for our strains, like noted VP4, VP6, we can see that we have a notable antifungal activity using this spot test with inhibition zone going into 20 millimeters against certain Candida albicans strain. So here, if we take this one and the biofilm coaggregation formation, we can really lead to a good probiotic. Same thing here for the biofilm formation. So here we see that we have moderate biofilm formation and a strong inhibition. Here we see the biofilm formation and the inhibition of the formation of Candida albicans. So here we have 7 strains tested for all, and we see that we have a strong inhibition, 60% to 90% inhibition of the adhesion of Candida albicans. Here it means that we have a real competition, even though for the antagonistic test we didn't really obtain big zones of inhibition. But here there is another indicator, which is the biofilm. So even though the inhibition is not really important, there can be another mechanism, which is the anti-biofilm formation and the co-aggregation, which indicate promising probiotic potential. Here it is the same for co-aggregation. As we see here, we have good rates for anti-inhibition. Here we have also good rates for some strains in co-aggregation, going into 70% with some strains of Candida albicans, which really is important to note. To conclude, I can say that palm wine is an interesting source of probiotic acid lactic bacteria, and it can lead really to isolate and obtain some strains that you can use in the human system. Although the vaginal microbiota is not well studied and there are not really much researches about it, because in general we prefer study gut microbiota, but there is really a pretty high interference in this way. So our results suggest a promising potential for preventing vaginal candidiasis and also to cure them. And further studies, of course, have to be conducted in order to see the molecular identification and some in vivo evaluation in order to conclude this study. I finish my presentation with thank you for all the persons that have made a valuable contribution, starting with Professor Faraji, which is here, and which is the head of our team on the Laboratory of Applied Microbiology. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Walabi. Now, okay, I invite Dr. Belasli. Azam Belasli. Yes. He's going to present us, okay, his presentation entitled Screening of Aflatoxin B1 levels in peanuts in Algeria, estimation of dietary intake and assessment of cancer risk. Welcome. I remind our presenters, okay, you have 10 minutes to present your work. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Live cancer, aflatoxin B1, Algeria. Does dietary exposure to aflatoxin B1 lead to an increase of cancer cases among Algerian population? Hello, I am Hassan Bilasli, Associate Researcher in Food Science from University of Tizi Ouzou. In today's conference, I will present our work entitled Screening of Aflatoxin B1 Levels in Peanuts in Algeria, Estimation of Dietary Intake and Assessment of Cancer Risk. So, mycotoxins are chemical compounds produced by the secondary metabolism of fungi, particularly by toxigenic species belonging to the genera of Aspergillus, Fusarium, and Penicillium. It is estimated that about 25% of food crops are contaminated by mycotoxins, particularly from the groups of cereals, nuts, and dried fruits. Mycotoxins are known for their adverse health effects on hepatic, renal, neurological, immune, and reproductive systems. They are also characterized by chemical stability, which makes them difficult to remove them from the food using the common food processing methods. Aflatoxin B1 is the most concerning mycotoxins. In fact, it is classified by the ERC, the International Agency Research on Cancer, as in group 1 of a human carcinogen. It is also known to be an hepatocellular carcinoma, particularly in people with hepatitis B virus infection. Aflatoxin B1 is commonly found in corn, peanuts, and dried fruits. In Algeria, lack of awareness added to the lack of data about the occurrence and exposure to aflatoxin B1 among the population, while peanuts and other products constitute an important prospect to do some screening about aflatoxin level in peanuts in Algeria, exposure estimation of the population, followed by cancer risk assessment. For method, we first start by sampling. For that, we collected 24 peanuts from 11 provinces from Algeria during 2019. For the analysis of aflatoxins, we followed the methods required by the European normalization. For that, briefly, we started with sample grading, followed by extraction with methanol and water, followed by immunity purification column, and then the extract obtained or injected in each PLC connected to FLD, fluorescence detection. For the risk assessment, first, we proceeded to the estimation of aflatoxin B1 daily intake. For that, we calculated the peanut consumption multiplied by the aflatoxin B1 concentration divided by the body weight, where peanut consumption was estimated to be 4 grams per day per inhabitant, according to the ICFSSAT. The concentration was deduced from the results. And for the body weight, 70 kilograms was estimated to the average adult. For the risk characterization, we compared the estimated daily intake with the critical toxicological threshold. For that, if the estimated daily intake was less or equal to the critical toxicological threshold, the risk is accepted. Otherwise, the risk is refused. The critical toxicological threshold was calculated by dividing the BMDL10 by 10 to 4. BMDL10, or benchmark dose lower confidence limit 10%, is the lowest dose, which is 95% certain to cause no more than 10% cancer incidence in rodent. BMDL10 for aflatoxin B1 is estimated to be 0.4 microgram per kilogram body weight day in rodent, according to the EFSA. The 10 to power 4 factor is an additional safety margin applied for human safety. So the critical toxicological threshold for aflatoxin B1 was estimated to be 0.004 nanogram per kilogram body weight per day for humans. Then we followed by the analysis of hepatocellular risk approach. The hepatocellular risk was calculated by multiplying the estimated daily intake by P cancer. For every 10 to 5 individual exposed to 1 nanogram per kilogram body weight day, the P cancer or carcinogenic potency is equal to 0.0 multiplied by the percentage of non-infected people with hepatitis B virus, plus 0.3 multiplied by the percentage of the people which are infected by the hepatitis B virus, where in Algeria, the percentage of people infected by the hepatitis virus B was estimated to be 2.15. For the result, aflatoxin detection was estimated to be 62.50%. The incidence in our results are similar to those found in other studies. For example, in Algeria, Bejaïa found that the incidence was 100%. In another study in Algeria also, they found that the incidence was 57.1%, and in Zambia, in Africa, 55%, in Ghana, 53%, and in Turkey, 90.2%, in Serbia, 60.3%, and Pakistan, 70%. For the results of contamination, our result revealed a mean of contamination of 0.92 microgram per kilogram. And for the mean positive, it was 1.69 microgram per kilogram, with a maximum value of 5.25 microgram per kilogram. 4 samples exceeded the European Union limit set at 2 microgram per kilogram. Variation among samples could be due to the different regions and standard conditions. For the risk assessment, the estimation of aflatoxin B1 intakes from peanuts in the present study and worldwide was 0.05. In our study, 0.07 in Ghana and 0.06 in Turkey and 0.11 in China, nanogram per kilogram per body weight a day. Estimated daily intake in our study are superior to the critical toxicological threshold, so the risk is concerning in our study. Intake may vary depending on the concentration of aflatoxin in peanuts and individual dietary habits. For the liver cancer risk approach, our result revealed that we have 0.00025 risk of cases per year per 10 to power 5 individuals. In Turkey, a result of 0.00673 in peanut pasta was found, and in China, for peanut, the risk was 0.003 cases per year, 10 to power 5 individuals. In Serbia, in some susceptible products, the risk was higher with 0.0915 cases per year per individual. Hepatocellular carcinoma risk caused by exposure to aflatoxin B1 from peanut was estimated at 0.00025 cases per year per 10 to 5 individuals. Hepatocellular risk may vary depending on dietary exposure to aflatoxin B1 and the susceptibility of population to the hepatitis B virus infection. For the conclusion, we can say that the frequent consumption of peanuts or other foods susceptible to aflatoxin contamination, such as corn and dried fruits with high level of contamination, increase the risk of liver cancer. Although aflatoxin B1 contamination does not seem to largely account for food occurrence of liver cancer, risk characterization point out that it may cause potential health concern. According to the ARC, aflatoxin are cancerogenic substances for which there is sufficient evidence. It is therefore necessary to strengthen measures to reduce consumer exposure. The exposure of Algerian consumer to mycotoxin is not sufficiently known. Further studies are required. Thank you for your attention, and I remain at your disposal for any question and further discussion.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. Now we have some debate session. So I think the speakers can come to join us on stage. Maybe the audience have some questions. Dr. Fateh, I think you can come to stage. I request all the speakers to join us on stage for some discussions. From the audience, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand and you can ask any question, please. Yes. You can join.
Good morning. I am Professor Hamma in the University of Bejaïa. My question is to Fatih, Professor Fatih. In the first, thank you for this excellent communication. My question, I want to know if you have conducted the clinical trials of probiotic or post-probiotic on patients suffering from inflammatory bowel of the bowel disease to prevent cancer, different cancer of bowel, cancer of intestinal cancer, etc. Thank you.
Your macro making, the echo, I cannot understand the question very well. Please, can you repeat your question, okay?
If you have clinical trials to prevent the different inflammatory disease.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. In our laboratory, we don't do the clinical research, okay? We are doing some research. We applying on the food matrix, okay? So we isolated, we characterized the probiotic lactic acid bacteria that has some, the probiotic properties, okay? So we apply these probiotics for the, the different food matrix. We don't have the clinical, research in my laboratories. Anything else you want to, ask? Maybe, for this clinical research, we need, the work with the other colleagues for the Europe, I have some, the networks. Maybe we can work with these other colleagues. We can, the isolate from the different source of the, the food, the probiotics, and then we can collaborate with our colleagues. They can, try these probiotics for the, the clinical purposes. But this is a good point. Thank you very much for reminding me.
Good morning. I am Professor Emna Ammar. I have two questions, one for Professor Ozuki and the third for Mr. Bouarbi. So let's start with the first one. It is about what you have mentioned in your conference that I appreciate very much about the probiotics. And I would like to ask what will be the relationship between osteoporosis and autism and probiotics? Is there any explanation, any study made to explain the phenomenon? Is it positive? In fact, how does it work? Just to know. And my second question will be for Professor Bouarbi. I would like to know if there is any rule, law, or analysis that is made concerning the sesame seeds that are used to make confectionery halwa shamia. And we know that in Algeria and in many other countries we eat so much this product. Is it controlled really? And is there any aflatoxin analysis which are made to be sure that the product is very good and no risk of cancer? Thank you for both of you.
Again, I am very sorry. I don't understand your question. The microphone making echoes because I cannot understand clearly your question. Can you, make it just your question clearly, please?
You have mentioned it. Merci. You have mentioned that there is, in your presentation, there is probiotics, and then you presented autism as a disease, and also...
You mean osteoporosis?
Osteoporosis,
okay.
both of them. And then I would like to know if there is a study, strong relationship, how does this product will act on these diseases?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, I don't have the clinical studies, but from the papers that that my group produced, okay, I don't I don't have the very strong evidence to prevent the osteoporosis, but has some beneficial effects to prevent the osteoporosis. So these are the probiotics, the live microorganism. Okay, so because not only the probiotics, because the probiotics found in the fermented foods. Okay, fermented food, for example. Okay, the yogurts, the calcium mineral is the amount of the calcium mineral is abundant in the yogurt, for example, or the kefir. So it helps to prevent the osteoporosis. Okay, but of course I don't have the research that exactly on to prevent this osteoporosis. But in the literature there are some the evidence that prevent osteoporosis. I hope it would help. Thank you.
If I understand, you asked if we have data regarding the aflatoxin B1 or control or systematic control. In my best knowledge, I don't know, because we asked the Algerian ministry if there are any data, but until now I never get answers. So I don't know if there are systematic controls or the data that I presented or that I have access are from the literature.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. So thank you for everyone for your presentation. My question is for Miss Lisa. Sorry, so I'm Dr. Bouchelkia Nesma from CRTAA. So my question is for Miss Lisa. It's about the oil wine. So traditionally we say that this oil is really difficult for preservation. It deteriorates quickly, so making its preservation and transportation like challenging. So would you like to confirm this instability? And also, would you like to talk us about the preservation condition you applied before its transportation? And my last question is about its stability. So did you perform any tests or some tests confirming its stability? So tests before and after transportation to confirm if it's stable or no. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I don't know if I heard very well. We said oil. Wine, okay. So for the palm wine, we took it from the region of Oued and transported directly using only ice. You know, as it is a fermented beverage, in general, it is well conserved. And the bottle have been closed from Oued until the laboratory. So you know, it is a clandestine way to make this kind of beverage. I mean, it is traditional. There is no real fixed protocol. It can vary from a region to another, from a tree to another. So it is, you know, when you work with something traditional, you don't have all the background that you can use on the real laboratory. So for our study, we just took it on ice from the region of Oued till the laboratory, and we kept it at 4 degrees until we started the isolation directly. We conducted some analysis to see the acid, so the pH. We know it is rich on, it's not really rich on sugar, but in the beginning, because it is the sap of the tree, so it is really rich on sugar, fructose and the saccharose. And after the fermentation, this rate really decreased totally because it is used it is used by Saccharomyces and other lactic acid bacteria. So these are the information that I have about the beverages, from the sugar and the acid. We just really concentrated on these two because these are the most important for our strains to grow and to adapt to the vaginal ecosystem.
Thank you for your welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Azuz. I have two questions. One question for the Dr. Fatih and the second for Dr. Warabi. My question for Dr. Fatih concerning the prebiotic and the probiotic. Do you have tested the effect prebiotic and probiotic as like oligosaccharide and this effect for the action or the mechanism for the strain of the probiotic? This is for the first question. The second question for Dr. Warabi. Have you tested acid-active bacteria for the treatment of the vaginal design or infection? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. The mechanism of the action, I mean, you are asking the mechanism of action of the pro and postbiotics, yes? Mechanism of actions. Your question is the mechanism of the actions.
If the prebiotic affect the mechanism of the probiotic, and there are the synergistic, if there are the positive or negative effect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Of course, the prebiotics, the affect the probiotics. Okay, then the probiotics, because as I give the example of the fiber, for example, as a prebiotics. Okay, depends on the prebiotics. These are the foods of the probiotics. Okay, these probiotics affects the mechanism. I think is every different prebiotics affect the probiotics the mode of actions. Okay, it's just the normal. It's like we consume the different foods. Okay, so these different foods affect our mood, our the physical conditions. So also this affect the different probiotics affect of course the probiotics the mode of action. Okay, so this mode of actions, out of this mode of action, there are some metabolites that produce. This is we call postbiotics. Okay, of course this is the different foods affect the probiotics mode of action.
Thank you. So your question was about, do we use lactic acid for vaginal diseases? Is this? Yeah. So in Algeria, I know that we use lactic acid as medicine directly when the infection is really important. I mean, when you are at the first stage of infection, in general, we give antibiotics, and then we can supply with lactic acid in order to make the pH down, in order to let the lactic acid bacteria regain the majority. And once you have this majority of lactic acid bacteria on the vaginal mucosa, it will be their role to produce this lactic acid and to protect the mucosa. But I know that we give it in Algeria and in other countries also. Thank you.
Thank you. Today you are going to receive much more questions, Professor Fatih. Before coming here to Bejaïa, I'm very happy. I've been invited to present a conference regarding gut microbiota and type 2 diabetes and some metabolic diseases. By the way, okay, I noticed that in our country, in Algeria, we have much diverse foods, traditional dishes, which are considered as very, very rich foods, okay, in probiotics and prebiotics. And the combination between both beneficial for the host, you know, in Algeria, from the north to the south, from the east to the west region, okay? You cannot get to any region without finding very, very amazing foods in Algeria, starting from dairy products, traditional dishes, etc. My question is not regarding food, but regarding dishes and traditional foods in Turkey. Do you have in mind some interesting combination between probiotics-based food and prebiotics-based foods? Professor Fatih. This is my question. Not compare, but just cite, okay, some foods or some traditional dishes in our country, Turkey, yes.
I mean, I can answer your question. Okay, if the, you know, the Algerian, you know, the citizen, Algerian people, you know, consume this very rich, the foods that contain the probiotics, okay, and of course the postbiotics, okay. So maybe, as an example, the case of the cancer, maybe, you know, maybe the less than the, you know, the other countries, okay. In Turkey, oh, yes, of course, also we have some, you know, the dairy products, okay, like yogurt, the kefir lately, you know, the kefir in the markets, okay, because different type of the kefir, different the strain, you know, the using. When you look at the Europe's kefir, it's different, and maybe I don't know here the, you know, the different, you know, strain. So also in Turkey, I mean, it should be some survey that, you know, do this, compare the, you know, the countries, but depends on the what, you know, the consume, eat, you know, the people foods, okay, what type of the foods the people, you know, they're eating. So this is not only the cancer, but also the other, for example, diabetes, okay, so for example, cholesterol, okay, so the other disease. Of course, the habit of the, you know, the habit of the consumption of the food affect the, you know, the humans, you know, the health, and this is the probiotics, the probiotics. I mean, I appreciate that the people, you know, consume the, you know, the fermented foods, okay. Fermented foods, as you know, is the rich in the, you know, the probiotics, okay. So, you know, this is we have the, you know, the autonomous central system, first brain, and we have the second brain in our gut. If our gut is the, you know, is the healthy, so we feel we are healthy. Okay, so what you eat, okay, it's returned back to you as a medicine, okay, or maybe the, you know, the bad, not the medicine. I mean, if you eat, you know, the good food, like, you know, the dairy products, okay, because it's help the digestion and give some health benefits for the, you know, the intestinal system, okay. So it's the good. But on the other hand, if you know, the snack, if you know, consume snack, so snack foods, okay, or maybe ultra processed food, has some, you know, the disadvantages of this, okay, comparing to the fermented foods. Thank you. You're welcome.
Sorry, Dr. Fateh, you will receive so many questions for the first session. I would like to ask a question from all three speakers. The first question for Dr. Fateh. As you know that we are talking about prebiotics and postbiotics and postbiotics. So according to your opinion, your expertise, in the next few generations, should we move towards postbiotic? Number one question for you. And second question for Dr. Lisa Orebi. As a Muslim, we don't drink wine, but in this conference, you are suggesting to drink wine. Is it legal? Can you recommend this? As a Muslim, you can drink wine. And third question, very sorry, Dr. Azim, you are standing here. Very unfortunate, we could not manage chair for you. My question is that what kind of methods you have used for detection of aflatoxin Either you have used HPLC or what kind of method? Because the method validity is more important for detection of aflatoxins. Thank you.
I think you asked a very good question. Thank you very much. Yes, I mean we can say that the postbiotics is the next generation of the supplemented foods. Okay, functional foods. We can say that because they are not alive. They are not alive. They are inanimate. The microorganism that help that has some health benefits. Okay, so the shelf life is longer. It's not affected by the stomach acidity, okay, or pH. So these are really the good properties of the postbiotics that the candidate for the next generation of the supplemented foods. Okay, I think we can see that in the market. We can see that in the market. The postbiotics now. We will talk about postbiotic the more than now. Okay, in the future.
Thank you for your question. I was waiting for it since the beginning. Here, as you see, my presentation was about using this palm wine as a source of isolation. I never mentioned like you have to drink it, first of it. Secondly, it is for the vaginal microbiota. So if it was for the gut microbiota, I mean you can drink it or do whatever you want, and then you can have the benefit. For the vaginal microbiota, it's different because in general we prefer local application. I mean, even if you want to use it, if you drink it, you will not have the benefits as if you use it on a local application. I mean here, for the vaginal microbiota, you have to take this wine and isolate and produce a probiotic that is really interested for this ecological ecosystem to make it. Then I know it's controversial, but the problem is we have a gap and we have to complete it with all the solutions that we have. So I know it's controversial in a Muslim country, but here I want to see it like you can take the sap and maybe do the fermentation on the laboratory. I mean, use it only for this. You don't have to drink it. Like, use it as a fermentation on the laboratory, and it will be more interesting. Why? Because here you will make a real protocol. As I said, it is a traditional beverage, so the parameters are not really fixed. So if we want to make it really scientific, we can produce our own wine or beverage, but only for science, I'm not telling anyone to drink or not drink, but just I think that it is an opportunity because, as you said, fermented food are really interested for probiotic, postbiotic also. So here I see it only as a source of isolation and not directly a drink. Thank you.
In our study, we analyzed our samples with HPLC coupled to FLD detection. So the method was validated and by the European normalization. And the method also was verified each time by verifying the recovery and by verifying the repeatability by using reference materials and spiked sample.
Thank you very much. Before closing this session, okay, I would like to pivot to the question asked by the lady there regarding the mechanism of prebiotics, regarding probiotics. Okay, more you diverse your diet, more you increase, okay, the synthesis of metabolites like the short-chain fatty acids, which are butyrate, acetic acid, and propionate. Now, more you diverse and more you increase, you promote the synthesis of these short-chain fatty acids, which are going to bind to some receptors like the FFR2 or R3. And by the way, they will increase the synthesis of GLP-1 and the peptide YY, okay, to get benefit for patients with diabetes or even for healthy people, okay? Thank you very much. I give the microphone to our colleagues to end this session.
So good morning, everyone. So before to close this first session, I have just two small questions to our colleagues. So Please, Professor, is it possible to have more details about the interactions? So, before the interactions, you spoke about the probiotics and postbiotics. Is it possible to have more details about these two different probiotics with multi-resistance, I mean antibiotic resistance? Because you speak about this effect. Is it possible to have more details about this? Is there exactly? Is there any if the postbiotics give more results? I mean, good results comparing with the probiotics. And the second one for Lisa. Please, you isolated the lactic acid bacteria from the palm wine. Did you test your the effect of lactic acid bacteria, but from the other sources against the Candida albicans pathogenic yeast? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for asking the question. Really, these are the questions that I like. Okay. So, as I mentioned when I was, talking about on the topics, okay, the postbiotic has some advantages, okay, comparing to the probiotics, because firstly, the postbiotic is the end product, byproduct of the probiotics. They are stable. They are stable, okay? So, but the probiotic has a live microorganism, has some, the side effects, okay? Especially for the, the children or pregnant women, okay? So this is the some, the limitation of the probiotics. But postbiotics, but the good thing is that now I am saying some, the negative things for the probiotics, but the probiotic produce the postbiotics, It depends, the postbiotic depends on the probiotics. If there is no probiotics, so we cannot talk about the postbiotics, okay? So this is also prebiotics, okay? You gave the, this lactate, okay? This is the propionic and also formic acid. There is the other acid, okay? They affect our gut system and the mechanism. Not only the one mechanism, also the other. I think is the 3 or 4 more mechanism. Okay, about this. But they depend on the foods. So I mean, this question. Okay, we can say that the postbiotic is the best, but previous the previous thing is the probiotics. Okay. If there is no probiotic, we cannot say the postbiotics. So that's why this is important.
So your question was about have we tested other lactic acid bacteria on from other sources? I mean. Okay. So on our team, we work on this topic since practically a decade, and we tested lactic acid bacteria from vaginal microbiota first. It was the first trial. We used Lactobacillus fermentum and Acidophilus, and the result was not really interesting. And we thought that it may be because there is the proximity between them and the Candida albicans from the vaginal ecosystem, which means that they are adapted, so maybe it's not really performant. But controversially, we tested, this is why we went to other sources like palm wine and also fruits from Kabylie. We tested yeasts like Saccharomyces cerevisiae and Cluvieromyces maxianus. We hadn't results on antagonism, but we always have results on competition rates on the biofilm and the aggregation, which is really important. I mean, we can use them not like a direct way. You can use antibiotics and supply to avoid the attachment to the mucosa. So it can be interested to go to other sources because, as I told you on my presentation, there is really an effect on adaptation. When you change the source, you can have interesting metabolites.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all. So now we have closed the first session, and I invite all of you to have a coffee break And after, there is a poster session, and then we have the second plenary session. So thank you.
Just, there is a little change in the program. We'll start by the poster session and have after that the coffee break, and we'll get back at 12:05 for the next plenary session, okay? Thank you all.
questions they may ask. What kind of questions?
He needs to know your experience with aiding African countries. Like, how do you interact with African countries and what you do scientifically?
First of all, I would like to thank.
Present yourself first.
Yeah. So I'm Dr. Muhammad Irfan. I come from Pakistan. First of all, I would like to thank Algeria for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to enter the African continent. So it's a great experience, experience for me to come here, and people are very hospitable, and Algeria is a very beautiful land, and a good mountains and rivers and oceans, a beautiful landscape. I like this. And for this African continent, maybe it's a great opportunity for all of us, for all other peoples to come to Bejaïa, to come to Algeria and explore the nature of African continent. So I think Algeria is the most beautiful country among African continents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. كاينه من تاخذ موديس اللي يطلق منه. علاش وزنوا؟
c'est grâce à votre participation.
Merci, merci.
Ça se déroule bien. بجاية أنا في بجاية أنا في بجاية روح غدوة لزيارة بجاية Ah non, non, ah non. Jeudi, parce que pas les civils.
Fellowship. His research focuses on omics-based biomarkers, meat quality prediction, and integrative approaches for sustainable meat production. Dr. Gagawa has published over 145 scientific papers, edited 2 books, and serves on the editorial boards of major journals such as Meat Science and comprehensive reviews in food science and food safety. Today, Dr. Gagawa will deliver a keynote lecture entitled Advancing Meat Quality and Sustainability Through Foodomics, Integrative Approach for Traceability and Innovations. Please welcome him.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you. الزول في اللون فرحة سميد صغار داينير. السلام عليكم. I will be talking today about how we can advance meat quality and sustainability through foodomics. I will be mainly focusing today on proteomics, but I will be briefly presenting a few aspects related to the fresh meat quality. What I want to say first is that whatever the animal species, they are all at the beginning muscle, and then they have to be converted into meat. That this phase or step of postmortem muscle conversion into meat are very important. And we need to understand them to better evaluate the product and also to develop managing strategies and tools for high meat quality. There are different steps or phases of the conversion of the muscle into meat. And you can see here, for example, just after the cell death, there is the first step of the rigor mortis, where the toughness of the meat is very high. And then we need a certain time, which will allow you then to tenderize the meat. Thus, this tenderization phase or the maturation is highly related to specific interplay of muscle proteolytic systems that are related to the pH and to the temperature of the meat. These are like the basics. Several factors will be impacting this. They can be upstream, and they can be as well downstream factors. They can be related to the animal itself. Thus, there can be differences in terms of meat quality that can be related to the sex and gender, to the genetic, or mainly breed, the age of the animal. Older animals, mainly they give less quality or lower quality meat than the young animals. The feeding type and the reactivity to stress, this is very important factor. And then you have the muscle, its composition, and the contractile and metabolic properties of the muscle. They are very, very important factors. And then, as I mentioned before, the extent and the rate of the pH and temperature decline are key aspects that influence this phase of conversion of muscle into meat. And then you can have other factors on the meat itself or the carcass that can be related to the storage temperature, the cutting and cooking conditions. Thus, you can see there are several factors that impact this meat quality. In terms of consumers, there can be different expectations or different phenotypes. They can be, for example, the consumers are looking for meat that is tender. Thus, the showiness is interesting. Thus, in terms of the nutritional aspects and technological aspects that we are looking with meat without exudate, this can be before and after the cooking. Thus, if you have huge exudates after cooking, that you are losing a certain amount of nutrients, and this is not good if you are like aiming to reduce the quantity of meat you want to eat. And then you have the color, and stable color is more required, those that you are seeing in your right, than the aspect that is in the left. The other aspect as well is the marbling. This is another criteria of quality. Then high marbled meat on your left, and then you have less marbling on the right. Today, I will be mainly talking about tenderness, the color, and quality defects, likely the dark cutting beef, and a little bit, just in one slide, I will not be talking on the marbling, but I will show you, as you can see it here. In this slide, it shows a separation of 3 groups of animals, those that are with high fat on the right and very low fat on the left. And we can see in this principal compounds projection that the molecular aspects or the proteins that are inside, they are not exactly the same. Thus, there are huge mechanisms that impact as well the marbling and its development. It's not the aim of my presentation today, but this is just to tell you there is as well huge studies in these aspects. And today we'll be mainly talking about omics. That's how omics methods can allow produce better, help the industry move to a new innovative management strategies. There are different objectives behind this. The first one is that to allow a better control of meat quality and then avoid producing quality defects. And the other one is to provide consistent meat for the consumers, which may then increase the profitability for consumers. Then omics, they are very different strategies. There are several strategies on this, as we distinguish them on the 4 cascades of the omics. This can be the genome, the transcriptome, or the proteome, or the metabolome, and then we use these omics methods to characterize each of them. Then you can use this to study different aspects that can be related to the animal, or to the muscle, or to the carcass, or to the meat. I will be talking mainly on the proteomics, and then the question, what is the proteomic? Or what is the proteome, and what is proteomics? It's this quantitative analysis that allow you then to do a large scale and systematic characterization of the whole or the total proteins that are present in the tissue or a cell or whatever the context in which you are working. In our case, then we can analyze all the compounds of the proteome in a global shot analysis, completed in one time. We use it mainly for the discovery proteomics. It can be as well, if you compare it to the traditional biochemistry, is that you can analyze the entire or the partial changes in the proteome. And this is mostly important when we want to study maturation over time, as you can do serial times analysis. If I have to summarize what are the objectives of proteomics or for which we used it in the literature, there are 3 that we summarized in this new book chapter that we published in the Encyclopedia of Meat Scientists. The first one that we want to characterize, let's characterize these dynamic changes in the muscle and its conversion into the meat, which allow us to see all these modifications, interactions in the postmortem muscle. And the second one is to understand. That's when you characterize, you understand better, and this becomes much more interesting. When you combine these 2 together, then you will be able to evaluate and predict. It's only at this time that we can start talking about biomarkers, which will be the aim of my presentation today. There are different proteomics applications. I will not talk about all of them today, but I will be mentioning meat tenderness, the meat color, the dark cutting, because it's very important aspect, mainly for the sustainability, like how we can reduce the loss of the meat cuts. And we used it as well for electrical stimulation that I will be briefly mentioning in my slides. Here you have the workflow, how it works, from the sampling, you have to characterize your proteins and extract. And then there is this phase of protein separation where you have to prepare protein bands and digest them into peptides. It's only at this step then we will be moving into the mass spectrometry for their analysis. And then we identify those proteins and then we can use them after that for statistical analysis. Then at this step then it's the typical workflow that you can use for any objectives, including for the authenticity of the products. And if you want to develop or propose biomarkers, you need to follow certain steps, which are very, very important. There are mainly 6 steps. And today in the literature, we are at the step 3, where we are at the step of verification of biomarkers. But whatever the scientific question that you are developing, that's mostly if we focus on the tenderness, then you can evaluate that using sensory or instrumental methods. And you can then focus on the meat that is very tender and the meat that is very tough, like the good and the bad. And then you take those samples and then you characterize their proteins. After protein extraction, then you can discover or identify first protein candidates. This can be done with different methods. For example, we can use two-dimensional electrophoresis, where you can separate your proteins based on two criteria, based on their isoelectric bond, and then the molecular weight of the proteins, and the spots of interest, and you can characterize them by mass spectrometry and then providing those list of biomarkers. This step is taking huge time and it costs hugely, and then we developed recently a new approach that is the shotgun proteomics. How we do this is you take all your protein extract, you stack it, concentrate it in a short tiny band, and then you take all that band and send it to the mass spectrometry to identify the entire proteins that are there, which can be thousands of proteins. And then sometimes what is very interesting, I will be talking about this as well today, is the use of the data mining and text mining approaches. Don't focus on only what you are doing. Try to have a look to what the others are doing in the literature and maybe integrate their biomarkers in your own databases and try to see if there can be much more knowledge that can be gained from that before any validation in the future. And then once you are at the step of the industrial validation, then here it's important to use a new population of animals to better characterize and validate your biomarkers. If you need any data on this, as I can invite you to this book chapter that we published in 2022 that summarize all these aspects, how proteomics can be used to explain and predict meat quality. What we know about the proteome is not huge today. We need much more work, we need much more studies. What I will be presenting you today, maybe if we repeat exactly the same work in few years, that we will be gaining much more knowledge. As we have, I think, to be humble with all these methods that we are using. They provide us a certain number of knowledge, but I think they don't cover all what we know. And here you have you can have here an example of the type of knowledge that is covered, and we know today much more with mouse than compared to the species on which we work, like bovine species. And then there is another aspect as well, and on which I think we need to work much more, is sharing data. As if we are not sharing our data, we cannot increase this knowledge. It's in this way that we started doing integromics and meta-analysis studies, where we are trying to reuse, reprocess, and repurpose the data. And the message here, if you want to keep as a key-home message, the more the data, the better the understanding. And I think this is very, very important. Why it's very important? Because when you reuse the data, then you can identify robust biomarkers, the thing for which we are looking. You will have reproducibility of your research. And this can be very, very important. And we provide this, I think, mainly using meta-analysis approaches. And the other aspect, that you can save time and labor saving. It can be huge, cost efficiency. And the other aspect is that you can produce much new knowledge that you cannot get only in one study. If you focus only on your study, you don't look to the others, I think your knowledge can be based in a certain way. And this is the reason why we started developing integromic studies. We did this in different aspects, and you can see there are this integrative or integromic studies in both clinical applications, but we developed as well that on beef tenderness, where we integrated our own data that we did in 10 years, like in this review that you can see there in Food Research International Journal. That's the idea. The ultimate objective is that we develop a biomarker-based bioanalytical tool that can be then used for several purposes. That can be used to evaluate the meat quality, for the authenticity of the meat. It can be as well used to identify the quality defects, which is another important aspect. And then in terms of the integromic studies that we worked on beef color, we identified a certain number of studies that I will be presenting you in detail later. We did this as well for the beef tenderness, where we developed a list of 33 protein biomarkers based on 28 studies, for which then we have at the beginning 124 proteins. We did this as well for the dark cutting beef, which is a quality defect on which mostly Americans are working hugely compared to the Europeans. And then the electrical stimulation, which is a method that allows to produce high and consistent quality of the meat, but for which we need to understand better the quality for the mechanisms. And here we proposed that 14 biomarkers can be good candidates that can be impacted with this technical approach. I will be then starting giving you a few details on the beef tenderness proteome studies. As I mentioned here, that's thanks to the meta-analysis that gathered both our studies and the studies worldwide. Then we were able to create a database of 28 experiments from 22 papers. We were focusing only on the loin, which is the longissimus thoracis muscle for these biomarkers. And then we published this, as I mentioned, in Meat Science in 2021. And here you can see that we identified 124 biomarkers. But when we look into these biomarkers, you can see that there were 60 of them which were identified only one time. Then all these biomarkers that cannot be used as robust biomarkers. And then we focused only on the 64 biomarkers for which there were identification in at least 2 studies. And then we suggested the 33 that you can see there, which seems, in our case, to be robust biomarkers to be used. These biomarkers, they belong to several pathways that I will be showing you in this slide. They belong to the muscle contraction and structure or associated proteins, biomarkers of energy metabolism, oxidative stress, regulation, and heat shock proteins. This means something very important. The mechanisms that are behind meat quality, they are interrelated. Thus, you cannot change the variation on one protein only or biomarker without impacting the others. Thus, there is this interconnectedness of proteins that is very important to understand. And then if we focus now, for example, on the muscle structure, what we saw is that this is one of the most enriched pathway that you can see there, the muscle contraction and the muscle structure development, which is like a unique network that is related to all the others that are in one side, ATP process, and the response to oxidative stress. When we go in depth into this pathway, we can see that in the anterior sarcomere, these proteins, they can be from the thick filament, they can be from the thin filament, and they can be from the Z disc, which denotes the degradation of the muscle into meat over postmortem time. And this is very important. And if you have this in a balance, and there is this extensive proteomic study that has been published in Journal of Proteomics that shows that mostly the degradation in the muscle allow a better tenderization, which means higher meat quality than less meat. And you can see it clearly in this balance. Energy metabolism is something that is which is the second pathway that is behind meat tenderness. It's very important. But what we observed in our data, glycolysis is the key pathway. Thus, if you stimulate, you increase the pH decline, and then you manipulate or you have an impact on all the glycolytic enzymes. Thus, if you want to work on metabolism and tenderness and meat quality, you have to better understand glycolysis. In this way, you have a pH decline is the pH change over time. And here you have different curves. The red is the fast, the orange is the medium, the blue is the slow, and the green is very slow. None of this is contributing to quality defect. They are all normal meat. But when you take all your animals, you can see that you have a certain variation in this pH decline. We wanted to study this. In this principal compounds analysis, you can see that we are separating the 4 groups. We have 6 animals in each of them. You have the rate of pH decline. And when we look into using electrophoresis, STS page, one-dimensional electrophoresis, we have the meat at day 0, day 2, 7, and 14. We let the meat to tenderize, and then we ask the question, is the meat of each category of pH decline similar or no? And then we observe that there are different changes, but the most important ones is the 30 kilodalton that you are seeing in the bottom and the 1 kilodalton that you are seeing in the upper gel. And here you can see that the rate of the appearance of these fragments, they are not similar, which seems that the metabolism when it's different between animals, then this contributes to huge variation in the meat quality at the end. That's understanding the metabolism and the pH decline in the meat is very, very important. And what we observed as well here is that there is a strong correlation between the 30 kilodalton and the 110 kilodalton, which are both of them proteolytic fragments. And this correlation denotes then an understanding of these two is important, and using these two fragments to confirm the biomarkers of tenderness is very, very important as well. And then when we look then into the other biomarkers, and one of the pathways that I mentioned is the heat shock proteins, you can have the protein, heat shock protein, or the HSPB1, that has been identified 17 times in 28 experiments. Then this protein then seems of interest. And then now, we forget about the omics and we come to the lab with targeted biochemistry approaches. And then we produced mouse or knock-out mouse where we removed that gene, and then we found that when we remove the HSPB1, which is an interesting biomarker of tenderness, what happens that you have ultrastructural changes in the phenotype or in the muscle. This means that this protein really plays a significant role. But it doesn't only impact the ultrastructural changes, but there are changes in the other pathways. Then it will impact the muscle energy metabolism and the calcium homeostasis, something that we further confirmed with targeted two-dimensional electrophoresis. And you can see then how we can use both traditional and omics methods to better understand and target them biomarkers for their validation. And now we will be talking briefly on the color of the meat. The color in the same way that we gathered 79 putative biomarkers among 5 muscles, different muscles. We found that there was only one, the INOLAS3 that you are seeing there, that is common to all biomarkers. Thus, this is a robust biomarker that you can use to study the color of the meat, whatever the muscle. And then, the same way, we found that this biomarker belongs as well to different pathways. That I have in the other slide exactly the same presentation, but the inverse here you can see that metabolism is the key pathway of color determination. And then followed by the muscle structure and the other proteins, where you have as well heat shock proteins, oxidative stress. Thus it shows that the mechanisms behind the tenderness and the color, they can be the same with a certain overlap in those pathways. That's why then, I will not be maybe showing this slide due to the limit time. Again, glycolysis is very important pathway. And here, when we took the two lists of the color and the tenderness together, where we have 54 proteins for beef color and 124 proteins for the beef tenderness, you can see that there were 40 biomarkers that are common. This shows that you can use certain specific biomarkers to study two quality traits at the same time. And then here you have like some of the pathways around that. And the question we ask, is it a way toward generic biomarkers for multiple quality traits? There was no study in the literature yet on this, and I think now if we are going into the development of these biomarkers, that they can be multiple interests. And finally, but very briefly, we'll be just talking about the dark cutting beef, which is a quality defect. We'll be taking maybe 2 minutes for this. We gathered several biomarkers from different studies. We identified 130 protein candidates on this. What is quality defect related to the pH is that when you have pH that is higher than 6, then this is a quality defect, mostly in meat quality studies. And here you can see a few of the number of proteins in each of those studies. Then we use different bioinformatics approaches to study this protein list. What we observe is that there is a disparity among the dark cutting beef proteomic studies. Thus, from one study to another, related to the dark cutting and proteomics, you have very few proteins that are common. And in our case, we found that there were only 10 proteins. And you can see here, for example, that the overlap for the tenderness and color, they were very high, and for the tenderness, they are below 8%. Maybe proteomics is not an adapted tool to study dark catin beef. But if it's good for color and tenderness, maybe it's not the case for dark catin beef. This can be related to several reasons. Even at the molecular level, we were observing that there are few common pathways, like the myofibrillar and the energy and heat shock proteins that we are seeing again as important pathways that are impacting this quality defect. And then you can see that the biomarkers, they go in different questions. Maybe we'll be keeping this for the question later. But if we look in depth in terms of the pathway, we can see that there are certain trends. For example, the muscle system process is something that is common in 6 of the 8 studies, which is then followed by the oxidative reduction process. This shows that if you look only to proteins, maybe you will not be seeing or identifying what you are looking for, but if you look into the pathways, maybe you will be getting much more knowledge and information on that. And the same way, if we look into the dark catin beef, there are 3 major pathways that are behind this. Mitochondria is something very important to study if you want to work on meat quality defects, especially the color. The muscle structure, again, it's an important pathway, but thanks to this antigromic study and this network analysis, we were able to see that new pathways like apoptosis and autophagy, the response to oxidative stress, and the regulation of the protein transport and others, that seems to be as well very important because they link the 2 other pathways together, as you can see it here. And again, when you took all the proteins that we identified for the dark catin beef condition, metabolism is at the heart of all these changes. And we can give few examples on this if you want. If we look, for example, to the upregulated proteins and the downregulated proteins, the metabolism on the other side, we confirm that it's mainly a question of glycogen breakdown, because there is like a downregulation of enzymes, and in our case, proteins that are involved in glycogen breakdown, that is known as glycogenolysis, and where there is a decrease in the glycogen metabolization use. Thus, this is like a way that allows you then to better understand the quality defects, try to reduce them, and then support your sustainability way of production. And then the question you can ask, do we have common biomarkers between the quality defect and the normal color? Yes. In taking the 2 lists, we found that there were 20 common proteins that can allow you to identify what is the good meat color and what is the bad meat color at the same time. And then if you want to go in depth into the details, then you can see that there are the protein folding, the response to oxidative stress that are inefficient pathways, mainly in the dark catin condition. And the inverse, you can see that the fatty acid oxidation and glycogen metabolic, they are highly enriched in the dark catin, but not in the color meat or normal color meat. And last, the lactate biosynthesis and metabolism, they are enriched only in normal meat, which means that lactate is an important metabolite that is not at all enriched in the dark catin beef condition. Now moving to the conclusion, I have to say that the integration of beef proteome studies and their data sets allowed us to synthesize what we know and then what we don't know for different quality studies, and we are performing this as well for other species. But focusing on the proteome level, we use it as well, these biomarkers for tenderness, color, and dark catin. But when we analyzed as well the electrically stimulated beef, we found that certain biomarkers, they can be common, which means that maybe we will be able to develop a universal tool that can study at the same time several questions or several quality approaches. What I showed to you is only this scar, single omics. It's only about proteomics. Then I let you imagine if you combine the other omics all together. I think we'll be increasing our knowledge. But here we are saying from one-dimensional to a systems level analysis. And finally, keep track on this. I think sharing data is very important. We need to work, I think, on this. making our data open. And we have here a few guidelines for open science practices in animal science, which will allow us to better understand these mechanisms. And I think this is something that we need to target here as well in Algeria. Finally, if you want more about metomics, as we have this special issue which we published in 2024 in Journal of Proteomics that summarized all the knowledge about the trends and application of omics in meat research. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gagawa Mohammed, for this really fascinating presentation in didactical way. I really appreciate the quality of your presentation. And now let's move to the next communication. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gagawa. So now we are going to start the next communication session. So we call Dr. Amina Tassist, please, for presenting your talk. The talk is about development of a new lower cost tube method for the screening of antibiotic residues in meat. So you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
So, permit me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Tassist Amina from Dr. ICFSSAT University. I am glad to present you my work entitled by of development of a new lower cost tube method for the screening of antibiotic residue in meat. Problematics. Currently, the use of antibiotic is common in animal production, systematically for chicken farming, and for preventive and therapeutic purpose for ovine and ovine farming. So the indirect use of these antibiotics leads to the presence of the residue in meat at a level exceeding MRL, or maximum residue limits. The analysis of this food is therefore necessary in order to guarantee their quality or their conformity. Microbiological methods or techniques are widely used for detecting antibiotic residue in meat. Some of these methods are named screening methods, others such as pre-test, others are named confirmation methods such as four-plate method. These methods are characterized by the high cost, so we must provide, or it's necessary to provide, a simple, sensitive, and inexpensive screening method. The premitest, the principle of the premitest consists of the content of multisensitive strain is Bacillus steatothermophilus with a meat juice in a colored medium. After incubation, if the medium remain purple, the sample is considered as positive. If the medium begin yellow, the sample is considered as negative. The confirmation method consists to the contact strains known for their sensitivity to defined antibiotic families at considered pH with a meat disc. After incubation, we observe the annular zone of inhibition. If it is more than 2 millimeters, the sample is considered as positive. If it is less than 2 millimeters, the sample is considered as negative. If the inhibition zone of the control is more than 3 millimeters. Our alternative method is We have developed our alternative method for different steps. The first step is single method plate development. The principle is to observe the annular zone inhibition of a multisensitive strain in a single plate containing a medium. The principal tested strain are Staphylococcus aureus, Bacillus thermophilus, and Micrococcus luteus, which is the most sensitive strain. And we have tested different two media, Miller Hinton and soya agar. To develop our alternative method, we have analyzed 61 samples, 31 chicken and 30 bovine. These samples are firstly analyzed with reference method. Pre-test permit to have 18 positive samples and 43 negative samples. The confirmation method permits to have the same number of positive, but we have 3 doubtful among the 43 negative samples. Permit me to present you some detailed results. For example, for white meats, we have 40% of samples which are contaminated by beta-lactams, 80% are contaminated by sulfonamide, 80% are contaminated by amino acid, and 15% are contaminated by quinolone. For the same category of meat, if we study the association, 50% of samples are contaminated by one category of antibiotic, 30% are contaminated by an association of 2 antibiotics, and 80% are contaminated by an association of 4 antibiotics. In our alternative methods, we have analyzed the same samples in a single plate. Among the 18 positive samples, we have detected 15 samples by Bacillus thermophilus inoculated with Miller Hinton. In soya agar, we have detected 10 positive samples. We have also detected 10 positive samples in Miller Hinton inoculated by Staphylococcus aureus, and all samples are detected as negative in soya agar. So the most sensitive sample is Miller Hinton. When we combine this medium with the most sensitive strain, which is Micrococcus luteus, all samples are detected as positives. To exclude the presence of false positive, we have analyzed the 40 negative samples and the 3 doubtful samples with the 3 negative control samples. All these tested samples were revealed as negative. The second step of our alternative methods is to test it in tube. It's a miniaturized tube test which consists of mixing a strain known for its sensitivity, which is the optimal strain, which is Micrococcus luteus, with a culture media, which is Miller Hinton, containing a colorant indicated. So when we put our sample, which is meat juice, if the medium color change, we consider that our sample is negative. If we have an absence of color change, our sample is considered as positive. Several parameters are studied. Some of them are medium-related parameters, such as the nature of color indicated. Here we have optimized 3 color indicated, and the minimal bacterial inoculum giving a clear change in the medium, and the incubation time giving a clear change in the medium. We have also sample-related parameters, such as properties which is related of meat juice and its volume. Among the 3 color indicator tested color indicated, bromotimol blue at 0.04 gram per liters is the most sensitive strain, is the most sensitive indicator. It's a give clear turn in the medium color from green to yellow. The minimal bacterium inoculum is between 10 to 7 to 10 to 8 CFU per milliliters, and the response time is between 8 hours from the most loaded medium to 10 hours for the least medium loaded medium. When we test the most positive sample, the most positive meat juice with our medium inoculated with by Micrococcus luteus at the minimal charge, we constate that the color of the medium change immediately. This is explained by the acidity of the meat juice. When we neutralize this sample, we have the color change, but after incubation. This is due to the multiplication of the meat flora, which acidifies the medium. So the inhibitory effect of our sample appears when we eliminate the flora, the meat flora, by microfiltration. We don't have a change of the color of medium even from an incubation time of 10 hours. So we can summarize the optimal conditions for the tube method. The principal problem in our tube method here is the expensive microfiltration methods, which so we propose to replace this method by the introduction of an inhibitor agent, which is NaCl. So we have optimized the concentration of NaCl and the color indicated concentration, the medium charge in the new conditions, and the volume of the sample. The optimal concentration of the color indicator is 0.041 gram per liters. It permits to have a good growth of the sensitive strain with a clear change in the medium color. When we all concentration or investigated concentration of NaCl permits to have a good growth of Micrococcus luteus, and we have an inhibition of the growth of meat juice flora from a concentration of 14 gram per liters. So we have retained in a concentration of 50 gram per liters as an optimum. When we combine the two factors, NaCl concentration and bromotimol concentration, we constate that the optimal concentration are well chosen. So it permits an inhibition, total inhibition of meat juice with a good growth of Micrococcus luteus. The charge of the medium in Micrococcus luteus was also optimized. We have change of the color of the medium when we from the load medium from a load medium ranging from 10 to 7 to 10 to 10 CFU per milliliters for an incubation time of 3 hours for the least loaded medium to 30 minutes for the most loaded medium. The volume of the meat juice to be placed in the surface is optimized.
Can you go directly to the conclusion, please?
Il me reste 2 diapos, c'est tout.
Hurry.
We have optimized the volume of our sample. So the most for 12 negative samples and 14 positive samples. The most result was obtained with a charge of the medium of 10 to 9. We have obtained 9 negative samples and 14 positive samples, with an incubation time of 2 hours to 2 hours 13 minutes. For a conclusion, a new alternative screening method, sensitive and adapted for our economic means, has been developed for these optimal conditions. A validation on a large sample with a real economic estimate is suitable to prove its application. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your nice talk. Unfortunately, we do not have next speaker, so I would like to request Professor Muhammad Gaigua, please join us on stage. We have some discussions. Dr. Gaigua, please come on stage. You join us on the stage for discussion. If you have any questions from the audience, please. No question from audience. I think you're feeling hungry, maybe? Okay, I want to initiate some questions. Okay, wait, just please. I would like to ask some question to Dr. Muhammad Gaigua. Sir, you are very professional and you have very excellent talk. I think you are the gem of proteomics. You have wonderful work. I appreciate it. But I'm not a meat scientist and I'm not a food scientist. As a general, I would like to ask as a layman one question. Being a Muslims, when we travel to another country, so when we eat meat, so we think either it is halal or haram. So we need to find either on the table, can you take sample and check it, either it is slaughtered in a Muslim way or not? The first question. Second question is that, how can you identify a cooked meat is a goat meat or sheep meat, donkey meat or pork meat? So these are two questions. Thank you.
Thanks for this very nice question. For the first question, today we have no studies in the literature or solid science that was able to compare halal slaughtering, kosher slaughtering, or other conventional slaughtering. The reason is we're talking with colleagues few minutes before starting this session. The reason is behind who will be funding that. I let you imagine if you found that halal slaughtering, which is an image quality, conviction, and a religious aspect, if you found that it's better than the conventional, what you will do with the other side. And the inverse, if you found that halal slaughter, for which we cannot think, we know in the literature that there is more stress when it's halal slaughter than the other side. This is clear, known. And we know what are the impacts of stress on the meat quality determination. But for sure, when you want to eat halal meat, you will then refer first to how it's produced, which is the key aspect before you take it. Then, if you found the inverse, then the others, then they will establish regular things, regulatory aspects to banish halal slaughtering in all countries. Thus, then there are, I think, only by the industries in developed countries that adapt their production to all communities or to all type consumers, and that's it. But there were no interest to compare the two because it's not so easy to do it for this very technical aspect, how to generalize that. And then, comparing different meat species, we have huge studies on that. The most important approach is not to perform proteomics, because maybe at the protein level you will not see the differences, but it's more at the peptidome or at specific peptides. Thus, there are certain sequences or markers that can allow you easily to discriminate that. It was not like the main topic of my presentation. But peptidomics allow to distinguish different species because you have few amino acids that can be inversed from one protein to another. If you take the myoglobin of pork, the myoglobin of beef, and the myoglobin of goat, you have specific sequences that are different, and you can do that easily. You can distinguish that easily if you want. I think you can just target one protein and specific sequences.
Okay, you're Algerian born basically, but can you identify either the meat is from dead animal or slaughtered animal? The meat of the animal is taken from dead animal or slaughtered animal?
If you can just move the micro, you are so close to the microphone. That's why I think it's close to your mouth.
So my question is that, can you detect the meat is taken from dead animal or slaughtered animal?
Yeah, that's possible as well. Yeah, this is what I was showing in the slide. That we know the rate of the degradation of proteins. As we know how they degrade, and normally when it's slaughtered and when it's not slaughtered with blood and without blood, we have specific markers that you can allow you to see that. And an example I can give you on that is troponin T, like it's a muscle structure protein that you can easily, which can easily allow you to distinguish the two types of meat. But just keep in mind, in whatever the slaughtering method, there is always slaughtering. You have to keep this in mind. In all type of slaughtering, thus the blood is a high source, is a high value that is used by industry for several other purposes. Thus we always have the step of bleeding. Thus don't put in mind that halal is the only way of slaughtering where there is bleeding. We have bleeding, whatever the type of animals. Thus the blood will not stay there. But then when the animal is dead before slaughtering, normally it's forbidden for consumption, whatever the process. No one will eat an animal that is dead before slaughtering.
Yeah, but some countries, they slaughter like electric shock to the animals. Electric shock.
Yeah,
and
but
the animal become dead.
Yeah, but after that there is a bleeding step. This is just like to make, for the audience, things clear. The blood always come out from the animal, from the carcass, okay? So we have to keep this in mind. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your nice talk.
There is, yeah? Do you have a microphone? No, there is. He's going to give her the microphone. She's there.
Thank you for communication. My answer is for Dr. Gagawa. My question, how can the finding of from proteomic study be affected the transformed the meat industry for real time monitoring for meat quality, particularly in relation with the pH and tenderness?
when I translate your question, how the protein...
How the finding of protein mix study can affected the industrial meat?
Yeah, okay, that's an interesting question. The first one is how we can optimize the processes. As we know that the manner or the way how we slaughter animals and how we handle them in the chilling rooms, and then all the pre-mortem and post-mortem aspects, they impact the metabolism, which means they impact the pH, and then if we apply electrical stimulation, then we can have a better management and control on the frequencies or conditions that we use on that. This is first one. The second one, for tenderness, the idea when we started working on biomarkers of beef tenderness is to identify as early as post-mortem possible biopsy from the carcass, and if it's possible on live animals, a piece of meat or the muscle that we can, which will allow us to predict what can be the meat quality after 14 days, because the maturation for beef, mostly, it's 10 to 14 days. And then if you know since the beginning, since the slaughter of the animal, what's the potential quality of your carcass and animal, then you can save huge money to know if this meat will be premium, very high tenderness, or if it will be used for processing, which means like to prepare sausages or steaks or other aspects. Thus it's mostly in managing quality in terms of premium or in reusing certain parts of the, or certain cuts of the carcass for specific uses, but they are less valued, I would say, than the premium one.
Are there any other questions? So I have one question for Dr. Gogawa. Please, actually, is there any application or applications of all the biomarkers that you cited on the, on the laboratories? Their applications, real applications. Is there any, aspects of applications? Actually.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. That there are today at the industrial level there are no applications, but what we developed after the discovery and evaluation steps, the RPPA, which is the reverse phase protein array. As we developed an array on which we can analyze hundreds of animals using targeted biomarkers. Thus there is this this tool that has been developed, which allows not only to evaluate tenderness, but the marbling of the meat at the same time. Thus there was this development. And then from the other side, it's not only the tool, but there were few machine learning, I would say, methods that have been developed. And the most important one is the decision trees. Thus you categorize different cuts in terms of their carcass quality or tenderness quality, and then you combine not only the biomarkers but information about the animals, how they were reared, if they are, for example, from conventional farming or if it's from organic farming. You can combine this type of information to build a decision tool in order to categorize your carcasses. Yeah, this is, I would say today, and maybe they exist, but at the industrial level for which we don't have information. Yeah, thus they can exist. And then there are as well other developments that combine the biomarkers with imaging. Thus you can use this imaging to scan the entire carcass and combine that with biomarkers, because it gives you an information that evaluates the technological quality of the carcass. At the same time, it gives you an evaluation of the sensory quality, because it's not only consumer who is looking for knowing the quality of the meat, but the industry as well. They want to know how they can value the farmer in terms of the production efficiency.
Thank you very much. Is there, yes?
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for the Dr. Gogawa. If you think the animal feed and the environmental affect the quality, the meats, For example, I take an example in the meat, just in Algeria, for example, in the different regions affected the quality and the quality of the meat. And if affected the environmental and the alimentation, automatically there are the change of the metabolism and the quality and the quantity of the protein. If there are the difference.
Yeah, that's very, very nice, interesting question. Yeah, the environment, and if I can give you just maybe climate change, it can be an example. It can have huge impact on heat stress, and then it can impact the animal performances and the muscle metabolism, and for sure it impacts the meat quality. Yeah, that's very. However, this is very interesting, and it creates trade-offs. Sometimes heat stress and even animal stress can impact certain quality traits, for example, the technological quality traits, but you can have good things on other aspects. This is very challenging. Yeah, there is definitely an impact.
Thank you. You know, Dr. Gagawa, upon the arrival at the level of the colon, proteins are fermented as dietary fibers to produce metabolites and for modulation of gut microbiota. Now, do you think that meat could have the same modulation as vegetable meat in terms of modulation regarding proteomics? Do they have the same effect on gut microbiota if you compare meat?
I would say no. If you want further data, I invite you to a special issue that we have right now in Journal of Proteomics, which is about the alternatives and their impact on the proteins. And yeah, I don't think that it will be the same, no. The question is no, but I'm not expert on that. But I am not expecting to have the same effects. The one reason, for example, you have iron in the meat, and you don't have iron in plants, mostly. It depends, unless if it's coming from other sources. It depends, the type. I'm not, I would say scientifically, no, but it's not my expertise, but I'm expecting very strong differences, yes, with no doubt.
Do you use AI applications regarding, the biomarkers you are using in proteomics?
No, at this stage, no, but we use, I would say, statistical tools. It can be machine learning, it can be, but not AI, no. Yeah, mostly, we use mostly statistical tools, bioinformatics tools. I think artificial intelligence, they can support us in a certain way, but it's not yet the case on what we are doing. But to help us maybe go in depth of all the antigromic studies that we are doing, I think they can be helpful because they will allow us maybe to save time. But to do that, we need expertise. And for that, I think we need to build new collaborations, networks with experts, I would say. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thank you all. So this concludes the morning sessions. Beforwards, I just kindly remind our participants, for those who has already presented their posters, please go there and remove them. And for those who are concerned by the presentation for the upcoming session, please go and hang them on for evaluation. And for the speakers in the oral presentations, please bring your presentation before the session to ensure a smooth talking. And now you are invited for lunch. Meet you this afternoon.
Ils veulent faire encore un test? Ils veulent faire encore un test? Oui, je retourne sur le diapo. Oui, je retourne sur le diapo. Voilà, je suis sur mon plein écran. Oui, je retourne sur le diapo. Voilà, je suis sur mon plein écran. Oui, je retourne sur le diapo. Voilà, je suis sur mon plein écran. Vous voyez, vous m'entendez? Oui, je retourne sur le diapo. Voilà, je suis sur mon plein écran. Vous voyez, vous m'entendez? Oui, je retourne sur le diapo. Voilà, je suis sur mon plein écran. Vous voyez, vous m'entendez? Oui, je retourne sur le... Moi, je vous entends pas, en fait, beaucoup. Il y a un délai. Vous voyez, vous m'entendez? Moi, je vous entends pas, en fait, beaucoup. Il y a un délai. Vous voyez, vous m'entendez?
Là, tu m'entends?
Moi, je vous entends pas. Moi, je t'entends bien. Après, je m'entends moi avec un délai.
Là, tu m'entends?
Moi, je vous entends pas. J'ai un retour de son. Bien. Après, je m'entends moi avec un délai.
Là, tu m'entends?
Moi, je vous entends pas. J'ai un retour. Tu vois, là, je suis sur la 8, la 9, la 10, 11, 12. C'est bon? Tu vois, là, je suis sur la 8, la 9, la 10, 11, 12. C'est bon? Là, je suis sur la 8, la 9. C'est bon ou bien vous voyez pas en même temps?
Non, on voit pas.
C'est bon? C'est bon ou bien vous voyez pas en même temps?
Non, on voit pas.
C'est bon ou bien vous voyez pas en même temps? C'est bon ou bien vous voyez pas en même temps? C'est bon ou bien vous voyez pas en même temps?
Là, tu nous entends, Nathalie?
Oui, je vous entends.
Est-ce que tu peux faire plein écran, s'il te plaît? Tu nous entends, Nathalie?
Oui, je vous entends.
Est-ce que tu peux faire plein écran, s'il te plaît? Tu nous entends, Nathalie?
Oui, je vous entends.
Très bien. Est-ce que tu peux faire plein écran?
Numéro 13.
Numéro 13, oui. Nous sommes sur le numéro 13. Et est-ce que
Numéro
tu peux
13.
sur le numéro 1? Numéro 13, oui. Nous sommes sur le numéro 13. Et
J'y suis.
Numéro 1. Numéro 13, oui.
J'y suis.
Pour nous, pas encore. Tu vois, c'est ça. Attends, je vais voir avec toi.
J'y suis.
Pour nous, pas encore. Attends, je vais voir avec toi.
J'y suis.
Pour nous, pas encore.
J'y suis.
Nathalie, une dernière chose, s'il te plaît. Est-ce qu'il y a possibilité, une fois que tu auras terminé, de nous envoyer la diapo? Nathalie, comme ça,
Ouais.
on pourra défiler en même temps.
Voilà, c'est ça. Et j'espère qu'il n'y aura pas un retard de son quand je vais parler en même temps. Voilà, c'est ça. Et j'espère qu'il n'y aura pas un retard de son quand je vais parler en même temps. Voilà, c'est ça. Et j'espère qu'il n'y aura pas un retard de son quand je vais parler en même temps. Voilà, c'est ça. Et j'espère qu'il n'y aura pas un retard de son quand je vais parler en même temps. Voilà, c'est ça. Et j'espère qu'il n'y aura pas un retard de son quand je vais parler en même temps. Voilà, c'est ça. Et j'espère.
Nathalie, et là, est-ce que tu peux parler?
Oui.
La diapo 1.
Attends, je retourne. J'étais en train de regarder pour avancer en parallèle.
Là, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de souci. Hein.
Je suis sur la 1.
Très bien. Nous aussi, nous sommes sur la 1. Et la 2?
Tu l'as pas? Enfin, c'est marqué numéro 1, mais c'est la 2.
Non, non, on n'a pas eu la 2, non.
Aïe, aïe.
Attends, oui, il n'y a pas la 2, non.
T'es toujours sur le titre?
Oui, sur le titre, oui.
Aïe, aïe, aïe.
Donc, sinon, s'il te plaît, essaie de nous l'envoyer, comme ça, on va essayer de défiler. Sinon, c'est nous-mêmes qui vont...
Ah oui, c'est ça, c'est le mieux à faire, je pense.
Ouais. Mais par contre, le son, il est clair. Hein.
D'accord. Parce que c'est vrai que, au moins, bah, moi, je verrai ce qu'il y a à l'écran et puis je parlerai sur ce que je verrai. Mais si c'est moi qui le fais défiler, je ne saurais pas ce que vous voyez en fait.
Très bien. À chaque fois, tu nous énumères juste la diapo, comme ça, on va passer directement à l'autre diapo.
Comment? Ah, d'accord.
Voilà. Comme ça, on sera en synchron.
Je dirais comme ça, number 1, number 2, number...
Oui.
D'accord. Bon, la première, elle n'a pas de numéro, parce que j'ai numéroté à partir de la deuxième. Donc, mon numéro 1, ce ne sera pas ma première diapo, ce sera ma deuxième, mais bon, vous allez comprendre. Il faut quand même me mettre le titre au départ, quoi.
Ok, pas de souci. Très bien.
Ok, ça marche. Bon, ben, j'espère que ça ira. Si toutefois ça ne marchait pas, comme je disais, Amine, normalement, il n'a pas vu les diapos, mais il connaît quand même suffisamment mathématiques pour être capable d'expliquer. Je pense qu'il n'est pas trop OK pour le faire, mais, mais c'est la seule solution que je vois.
Je ne pense pas qu'il va y avoir de problème. Tu nous l'envoies, on va essayer d'arranger tout ça. Parce que le son, il est clair, c'est juste les diapos, c'est vrai, un souci de diapos.
De retard.
Voilà, de retard, oui. Des fois, ça défile mal. Mais ok, pas de souci. On fait comme ça.
Ok, je vous envoie ça dans une trentaine de minutes. C'est bon?
Ok. À plus alors.
Là, vous êtes toujours avec un petit retard ou vous êtes comment sur l'heure?
Oui, on est avec un petit retard. Donc, s'il y a du retard, je vais te le dire sur WhatsApp.
Oui, bah ça m'arrange s'il y a un petit retard, comme ça, j'ai le temps.
Ok.
De finaliser tranquillement. Ben, j'ai que 2 petites vérifs à faire, mais voilà. Et j'envoie sur ta boîte à toi, Nassim, ou ça?
Oui, sur ma boîte, oui.
D'accord.
Ok, on fait comme ça.
Ok.
À plus.
À plus. Bon, je me déconnecte. À toutes.
ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a pleasant lunch. We will now begin the afternoon session of the conference. Our program starts with the plenary session presented by Professor Benibka Boussaid. So let me introduce him to you. Professor Benibka Boussaid is a professor of mechanical engineering at INCA Lyon, affiliated with the LAMCOS Laboratory of Contact and Structural Mechanics. His research focuses on tribology, biomechanics, rheology, and fluid structure interactions, with applications in both industrial and biomedical engineering. He has authored numerous scientific publications, indexed in HAL and Web of Science, making significant contributions to advances in numerical modeling, lubricated contact systems, and non-Newtonian fluid dynamics. Today, Professor Boussaid will deliver a keynote lecture entitled From Diet to Cardiovascular Disease, Computational Modeling for Personalized Surgery. Please join me on welcoming him. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for this very nice introduction. I would like first to thank the organizer and especially Dr. Mohamed Mulal for his invitation, and I hope bring contribution to this conference. The title of my conference maybe is not really deeply connected with the topic of the conference, but there is a bridge between the diet, so the food, and the health. So, and when it's a little bit late because of a bad lifestyle or bad diet, people need surgery, and I will show you coming from a bad lifestyle, people can develop some pathologies, and there is a help in terms of mechanical engineering and computational mechanics to give a support to surgeons. This remote is supposed to work. Yeah. Next. Battery? Oh, okay. Good. Okay, so I just try to, forgive me if in the first slides, I'm not specialist in nutrition and in food, but I just want to construct some bridge between the food and some dietary choices. The title is Nutrition and Heart Health Issue. Of course, because of dietary choices, people can develop some cardiovascular disease. And it's common to claim that diet is a core of CVD, cardiovascular disease. So, but it's more appropriate to say that there is a certain eating habits which strongly contribute to the development of this disease. And of course, regular consumption of unhealthy foods leads to condition of pathologies. One of the most common CVD is the arteriosclerosis. This concerns the hardening of arteries due to bad cholesterol, inflammation, which is caused by saturated fats, sugar, and refined carbs. Hypertension also, diet high in sodium and low in potassium, which leads to water retention, and it contributes to CVD. And other diet-related risk factor is, of course, the obesity, the type 2 diabetes with the high in sugar and refined carbs, which leads to insulin resistance and which damage the blood vessels. The high triglycerides also, excess sugar, alcohol, and refined carbs increase triglyceride levels and contributes to atherosclerosis. Well, increased risk on the left, but I think in Europe it's more common to find people eating McDonald's and hamburger and Coca-Cola and so on. And also we have the possibility to choose a better solution in terms of food. So as a resume for this introduction is that it's maybe simplistic to claim that diet is a cause of CVD, but it's entirely correct to say that your dietary choices are among the most powerful factors you can control to determine your risk of heart disease. Well, I'm going to now to talk about something I'm more familiar with is of course, the pathology is personalized. Each people have a signature in terms of pathology. That means it necessitates a personalized treatment. And this is the aim of the work we are performing in the lab with my group concerning the personalized medicine and the use of numerical tools with the target of helping surgical plannings. So just to recall that in 2013, the concept of 4P in France, it was 4P medicine is predictive, preventive, personalized, and participative. And in this 40, you can find predictive, preventive, and personalized. Of course, participative is coming from the patient, but our target is to contribute to the development of this 4P concept. Well, this is a slide showing you the cardiovascular disease, which is the leading cause of death worldwide before the cancer. So this is very important to consider. And this, because of bad lifestyle, you can develop aneurysm in the abdominal aorta or in thoracic aorta, TEA, or we can also, because of the development of bad cholesterol, you can have, let's say, the aortic dissection. The aortic dissection, which is going to be presented more deeply here, is the blood is ruptured in the wall of the aorta by a tear. It's like onion, which peels off the layer of the aorta, and the blood is coming inside. And we will have a false lumen and a true lumen. Okay, so the process we develop in our research is in a deep connection with hospitals. So we work with surgeons, we work also with radiologists, and this is clinical data for a personalized patient, and this personalized patient, we are going to develop, I heard this morning the term of twin, which is a digital twin, in order to represent the aortic circuit, to develop a methodology, virtual methodology for a given surgery. So this is the medical imaging pictures and the virtual representation of aortic dissection. Okay. Here another example we are treating is the regurgitation problem. It's the weakness of the cardiac valve, and instead of pushing the blood from the atrium to the ventricle, there is a reflux, and this is very dangerous for the patient. And this can be repaired. This is especially the mitral valve. This can be repaired by using a mitral clip device. And many years ago, we used open surgery, which with a very high risk. But now the surgeon preferred to do a transcatheter or transfemoral surgery, which consists of introducing tools, clamping the tools until the area of concern, either the aorta or the cardiac valve. Okay, so this is, of course, I gather all the pictures to show you that we have to evaluate the mechanical properties of the tools, means the catheter, the prosthesis, and so on. This can be done very easily because we are in a lab of mechanics, so we have machines for the evaluation of the mechanical properties of the tools, but the problem is how to evaluate the mechanical properties of the tissue. So this can be performed by using inverse approach from 4D RMI. I can give you details if you're interested, or also create a mapping from cadaver. We can connect the voxel, so the intensity of the image with mechanical property, creating a data bank, and then we can determine the material properties in terms of soft tissue. So we are going to see now the climbing of the tools inside the artery until the area of the aortic dissection. And when arriving at the level of this aortic dissection, then we are going to release an endoprothesis. This endoprothesis will allow the blood to flow inside the artery more properly, or in the case of aortic dissection, it's going to close the false lumen in order to get a clear position of the artery. You can see here, this is a numerical simulation. Of course, we consider the mechanical properties of the tissue as well as the mechanical properties of the endoprothesis. Well, and we did many simulations, but these simulations are performed in research lab, and we need to validate this simulation. And you can see here a 4D RMI on the left for a patient, 78 years old, and the simulation, fluid mechanics simulation, it's more complex. It's fluid mechanics, and this is a fluid structure interaction. We consider deformation of the tissue, and then we can compare in pre-operative and post-operative time the simulation, and then we can make some validation. With this simulation, we can also, as I said, perform the surgery. You can see here an overview of the preoperative and postoperative simulation, and you can see that we can observe the very local phenomena in order to provide to the surgeon the maximum of information to allow him for success to his surgery. This is preoperative, postoperative, and with or without the stent. And what is interesting is that we can perform, before the surgery, we can perform the before the real surgery. We can perform virtual surgery, and we can see what is going to happen after the surgery, virtually, of course. And we have defined some speaker talk about biomarkers. We have defined some numerical biomarkers in order to identify the location of critical zones which are is how to say weak and area where it's where some pathology can develop after the pathology, because the surgeon have no idea about what is going to happen to his patient after the surgery. This is other simulation and comparison for the validation. Just for your information, we have we did this validation until now for more than 200 patients, and the Hospice Civil de Lyon, the main hospitals in Lyon, use our model for the critical cases. This is other simulation, and I talk about these biomarkers which can be identified. Here, we talk about the low wear shear stress. The wear shear stress is the friction at the internal face of the artery. And if you detect some stagnation zone, this stagnation zone can be the location of platelet aggregation, deposition of atherosclerotic plaque. So that means this is a critical zone which can be identified, I said, before the surgery. And this is another identification of numerical biomarker, which is strong washer stress. And a strong washer stress is not beneficial because it's going to damage the endothelial cells. And we are talking here about mechanotransduction. So we are looking for something which is soft. And that simulation can allow us to identify the critical zones. The second example I'm going to talk about is the mitral regurgitation. As I said, this is the left atrium and the left ventricle. And in the case where this valve is not working well, then the blood instead going from the left ventricle to the aorta, the blood is coming back. So this needs a surgery, and this is a big program we have, which is called ICELAN, intracardiac echography integration in landing and annuloplasty device. And it gathers a lot of labs and hospitals. Well, the surgery is going to be performed, we say transcatheter, we say transfemoral transseptal surgery. We are going to introduce all the tools from a femoral puncture, and all these tools are going to move until the right atrium, because it's going the introduction is done via the femoral vein, and is going to arrive at the right ventricle, right atrium, sorry, and then there is a septum between the right atrium and the left atrium, and then we have to go through this septum, and after going through the septum, we just arrive above the mitral valve. And the reparation of this mitral valve is doing by putting a bandlet, and we say the annuloplasty ring, and it is going to be fixed on the tissue in order to guarantee a good functioning of the valve. Here, another picture. You can see the left atrium, the mitral valve, and the left ventricle. And what we perform numerically is to install the prosthetic headband and to fix with puncture and to test. This is the annuloplasty, and we test that there is no reflex from the ventricle to the atrium. Okay, these are very nice video showing you the how it works. The first step is to implement the prosthesis. The second is to downsize, to reduce the diameter in order to check that there is no reflex. The third step is, with the help of ecography, is to check that the contraction do not change the positioning of the of the prosthesis. And this is a actual view of the mitral valve. And so this is a virtual reproduction of the left atrium. And of course, there is a very big effort which is done to identify the quality of the tissue in terms of mechanical response to forces. And we start, of course, from medical imaging. We represent the geometry, the mechanical characteristics of the tissue. We identify the interaction. The blood is going to exert pressure. There is contraction. We need to identify the boundary condition in terms of forces and displacement. So the implantation of the prosthesis, this is the simulation, the numerical simulation of the implantation of the prosthesis. I talk about the diameter reduction. Here you can see that we can simulate numerically the diameter reduction, and this diameter must be ranging from it's around 6 millimeters, depending on the patient. It's from 5 to 7 millimeter, and we need to test the ventricular contraction and if there is any impact on the positioning of the prosthesis. You can see here the contraction, numerical contraction, which is performed on this model. Okay, the aim of this simulation is to check that the anchoring has been perfectly placed to fix the prosthesis by the means of the evaluation of the stresses on the tissue and checking that there is no overstresses which can damage the tissue. Well, how time? 5 minutes? Perfect. This is the last slide. Okay, just to show you the flow chart which is used to predict the or to help the surgeon for the planification. We perform this for cardiovascular disease, also for articular replacement for prosthesis. Starting from DICOM images, we use some segmentation. Then we construct virtually a 3D biofaithful model. When I say 3D biofaithful model, it means It is biofaithful geometrically, but also in terms of mechanical properties of the tissue. This is very important to notice, and it is not usual to find this. And the 3D meshing, this is a numerical simulation, as you have seen. We can make the simulation before the surgery in order to help the surgeon for his planification and to detect if there is any problems during the surgery. And this is some validation we have performed, mainly for vascular disease. Okay, this is the last slide. Thank you for listening. If you have any question. Après.
Thank you, Professor Boussaid. I think we have an online. Okay, I have heard that there are some technical issues, and we have to jump to our communication session. And I do invite Dr. Zakia Abdellawi. Yes. She's gonna present study of technological potential of dry bread making suitability. Yes, welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First, I thank the organizer of this seminar to give me chair to give me chance to share my result of my research. I am going to present a study of technological potential of dry bread making suitability. For that, rye, what is? It's a cereal, form the basic of the human diet in most countries around the world. Wheat currently ranks first in global cereal production and is of considerable nutritional and economic importance. It's evidence. Bread made from soft wheat remains the most widely consumed bread in most regions of Algeria. We consume a lot of bread with white wheat flour. Excessive consumption of soft wheat bread poses a risk to human health. It's very dangerous. Why? First, it has a high glycemic index, which increases the risk of diabetes type 2 and cardiovascular disease that we see by the professor. The presence of gluten increases the risk of celiac disease. A high content of gluten we can find in soft wheat. Economically, it's advantageous to reduce or even eliminate wheat import by using locally grown raw material. It's better. Is using rye a good alternative for that? For that, we have the aim of this study. Our research is to study the technological potential of whole rye flour in the preparation of high-value added products, bread. For response to this aim, we have to know the physical and technological characteristics of whole rye flour, the influence of incorporation rate on the rheological behavior of mixed wheat rye dough. Third, the effect of substitution rate on the baking value. It's very important. Baking value of bread compared to soft wheat. We are going to compare with soft wheat. Last, The accelerated leavening effect in mixed wheat, rye, dough on bread wheat. When we mix the two flour, what we are going to have? The rye. The rye is what? It's an annual plant belonging to the grass family, and it's cultivated as a cereal or fodder crop. It's one of the straw cereal. Most production of the rye is in European Union, is about 63% of world production in world. Uses of rye, we can use it in different areas: human alimentation, animal alimentation, other uses as agriculture uses, green manure, cover crop, industrial uses, biofuel, paper, and biomaterials. Okay. Requirement of rye isn't the same when we compare with soft wheat. Rye is more harder and tolerate for low water requirement, poor soil, sandy soil, shallow soil, acidic soil. Compared to wheat soft, if we grow it in this condition, it fails automatically. Okay, the most important reason we have chosen rye, it's for nutritional and dietary advantage, which is it has rich in fiber, improved bile acid absorption, decreased cholesterol content, reduced risk of cancer, low glycemic index, decreased glycemic index, plant proteins, bioactive phytochemical, and it has also vitamin and different mineral. Within fiber, it has a high level of amount of fiber. It compared to soft wheat, it's about 15 and 20 grams. Different fiber we found in rye, soluble and insoluble. Between amongst soluble, we can find arabinoxylan, beta-glucan, fructan, that give for those viscosity, that retain capacity, water retain, and give benefit health, like improve digestion and decrease glycemic response. Okay, for this high value, nutritional value of rye, it has the same quality when we make bread with that, because if a consumer accept the project in food science, it must have a good technology quality, okay? Is it this technology quality appreciated by consumer? Okay, for answer this question, it must do some analysis. We choose two flours, soft flour wheat and rye flour, wool rye. We choose also different rates, 0 to 15. And we mixture with wheat flour. Okay, we have some chemical analysis like moisture, ash content, dry gluten, and wet gluten, and also important analysis for bread making quality, rheological test using the alveograph. We using the test alveographic, which give us parameter alveographic, which decided for each destination, for each flour of baking or bread or another thing. The parameter are baking strong, tenacity, extensibility, swelling capacity, and ratio P to L configuration ratio. The first one, the tenacity, gives us the the strong, the tenacity of the tooth. The L gives us the tooth extensibility. The ratio P to L ratio gives us the balance between stride and extensibility. These rheological parameters help to assess the flour's bread making quality and its suitability for different types of baking produced. Now, we have done a bread making test. It's a AFNOR test method. We use different steps of bread making quality, Canadian fermentation, dividend, phenol proof, 2 kinds of fermentation, and before loading into the oven. Okay, the test is scored out of 300 score. 100 is given for tooth, 100 is given for bread bake, and 100 is given for the cramp. And we complete this evaluation grid. It must be by professional, carried out by professional. It's important. Okay, we also test 2 types of fermentation: pre-fermentation and yeast fermentation, instant fermentation. The result: in water contain, whole flour contain important water. Okay, here it's important in bread making to have the retain on sieve. When the rate, incorporation rate increase, the retained on sieve increase. When we increase, the retained increase. Unfortunately, it's decrease the Canadian value. We can't Canadian easily. Okay, ash contain. In whole flour rye, we have the important amount of ash because it's rich in fiber and bran. Gluten, it's a good thing for health. When we increase the rate of rye in flour, the gluten decrease. Wet gluten decrease and dry gluten also decrease. It's interesting. Alveographic parameter now. When we compare alveographic parameter, of course, the wheat flour gives the most ideal characteristic. And compared to the control, we find that when we increase in rye, certain characteristic decrease. Bread making quality here. Bread making quality, we tested in 2 experiments different, with yeast, instant yeast fermentation and pre-fermentation. Here, different bread obtained. Okay. The result. Here, the result shows that here, the score given for tooth, for bread bake, for cramp, the sum of them give the baking value. The most interesting one is the rate 20% with instant fermentation. Here, we see clear, okay? And when we use yeasted fermentation, there is some difference. Not a lot difference, but a few difference here. The most important is with 10% of rye. The specific volume is given by rye 20% with instant yeast, and accelerated yeast give 10% volume. Here we have done principal component analysis to know which correlation between different factor incorporation rate or type of fermentation. The most link about the parameter, baking parameter, is negatively correlated with fourth correlation, negative correlation with incorporation rate of rye. In conclusion, we can say the presence of rye flour reduces the gluten content of the flour. Whole-meal rye flour is highly mineralized compared to bread flour, and the purity of the mixture decreases as the percentage of incorporation increases. The alveograph test showed that the higher the percentage of wholemeal rye flour incorporated, the less the dough can be kneaded. Research perspective. We can, with a view to improving the value of rye flour, we can use another variety grown here in Algeria, not other varieties, grown in Algeria, because varieties, the component of each variety, cereal variety, different between varieties and between grown zone de culture. Study of all another varieties test various improvers to improve the virological characteristic of dough made from mixed flour. Complete the study by conducting more in-depth analysis for nutritional quality and mixed rice soft wheat flour fermentation with natural leaven. It's more healthy fermentation, natural fermentation leaven. Vitamin contains soluble fiber, mineral preservative test, and of course, conduct a survey on the acceptability of bread among Algerian consumers, because if the technological characteristic not appreciated by consumer, the project not be accepted by them. Voilà.
Thank
Je
you,
vous remercie.
Doctor, for your talk. So we call the next speaker, Miss Saliha Ben Daoud, please, for your, yes? You will present a communication about nutritional value and sensory acceptance of couscous enriched with Algerian quinoa culture. So you have 10 minutes, please.
Okay, I will try.
To present your communication. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm Ben Daoud Saliha, PhD student at High School of Agronomy, Mustagano. Our research is about nutritional value and sensory acceptance of couscous enriched with Algerian quinoa cultivar. As you know, couscous is an ancestral North African product dating since 2,000 years. Today, couscous is worldwide, produced and consumed worldwide thanks to automation. In Algeria, couscous is prepared over 300 regional variations. But despite its traditional importance, couscous has nutritional limitations, such as gluten, low protein and fat quality, limited micronutrient content. Quinoa, a pseudo-cereal originally from South America, is known as a superfood for its rich in essential amino and fatty acids, variety micronutrients, resistant to climate change and salinity, and it is also gluten-free. Thanks to FAO program of International Year of Quinoa, it has been introduced into Algeria and cultivated since 2014, and it has been successfully cultivated, especially in southern Algeria. Our objective is to enhance the nutritional quality of traditional couscous through quinoa substitution, investigate the effects on nutritional composition and consumer acceptance, promotes quinoa as a sustainable gluten-free ingredient in Algerian cuisine. Wet semolina, for raw materials, we use wet semolina and quinoa semolina. Wet semolina was purchased from a local market in Tiaret, while quinoa semolina was purchased from the variety Amaria sakaka of quinoa from a local farmer in southern Algeria, Loued. Quinoa seeds underwent preliminary treatments, peeling and roasting for the reduction of saponins. For formulation of couscous was made with different. For couscous formulation was made with different proportions of quinoa. 0%, 50%, 75%, and 100% quinoa, as we can conclude it's gluten-free couscous. Couscous was handmade with traditional methods to obtain quinoa semolina. Quinoa seeds were grained through a traditional mill, which is called as a qarwisha. So we have a coarse semolina and a fine semolina. First the semolina was mixed and hydrated with salted water, then agglomerated with hand rolling, then calibrated. The wet couscous was pre-cooked through steaming and air drying in a room temperature. The couscous sample were analyzed for proximate composition, fatty acid, mineral content, color of uncooked and cooked couscous, and of course sensory analysis. As you can see, a significant improvement in nutritional quality with quinoa substitution, ash, protein, fiber, starch, and fat. With 100% quinoa-based couscous exhibited the highest content of protein, fiber, and fat. For color analysis, as we can see, a decrease in lightness with the increase of quinoa indicated a darker product for couscous based with quinoa. Redness, while redness and yellowness values increases with quinoa substitution. Cooking increased lightness. For fatty acid composition, we can see an improvement of essential polyunsaturated fatty acids, and with the presence of the long-chain omega-3 detected only in 100% quinoa sample. So the final product has a healthier fat composition, beneficial on heart disease, diabetes, mortality, and aging. With quinoa substitution, mineral content has also been improved, such for sodium, potassium, iron, calcium, magnesium, zinc, phosphorus, copper, which was absent in C0, that means couscous without quinoa, and manganese. For sensory analysis, the highest score for color and appearance were reached in control couscous, that means C0, with decrease of this score with this incorporation of quinoa. But in the other side, the couscous made with 50% and 75% with quinoa recorded the highest score for taste, texture, and even preferences. That means the panelists prefer the 50% couscous with 50% quinoa and 75% over the traditional white couscous. But instead, the 100% quinoa-based couscous received the lowest sensory scores for all of the values above, but they were all above 5, so it was acceptable. Conclusion, our study successfully integrated Algerian quinoa into traditional couscous, achieving remarkable nutritional improvements. The 50% and 75 formulations offer an optimal balance between nutrition and acceptability. This innovation supports both public health and local agricultural sustainability in Algeria, especially that quinoa is resistant to salinity and climate change. This proves that traditional foods can be nutritionally enhanced while preserving cultural identity. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll go back to the plenary presentation from Professor Nathalie Colline, who will talk online. So just to introduce her first, Professor Nathalie Colline is a full professor of microbiology and cell biology at the University of Rouen, France, whose research explores the interaction between probiotics and pathogens within the host. Her work focuses on the influences of human stress hormones on the gut microbiota with implications for gut-skin and gut-brain communication pathways. Professor Conil has authored numerous scientific publications in these areas, advancing understanding of host microbe interactions and food safety. Today, she will deliver an online lecture entitled Catecholamines and Food-Borne Pathogens, Neurochemical Modulation of Bacterial Virulence and Implication for Food Safety. Professor Conil, do you hear me?
I think you can send her message.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, because I don't hear you so much.
Can you share your screen, please?
I cannot see the diapositive.
Professor Conil, do you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, so
Great.
your presentation is ready. You can start if you want.
But I don't see in the screen. I just see you.
Okay.
I just see the microphone with the person. Okay, I can see. It's little now, but I can see.
Non.
Après toi, tu changes les diapos.
Professor Conil, sorry, can you just present and I will follow with you by passing the slides? Is it okay?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, you can start. I will pass the slides.
Sorry to not be there with you. It would be better, but it was difficult to come in that moment. So thank you to give me this opportunity to present this result. Do you hear me? It's okay? Yeah?
Yeah, it's okay. We hear you.
Okay. So I will present you some results. Oh, no, now I don't see the screen. Just focus on a little part. Sorry. Can you show me?
Sorry, what do you see?
No, just the middle part.
Just what?
It's not the entire diapositive, just the title. Not. I don't see, for example, the name of the lab. No, it's not. It's cut.
It may be an issue with connection. Wait.
It was better before when I see all the people with the screen was little, but I can see everything. Now it's just a part.
That's okay. We will show the people back when you finish.
Or what is under epinephrine is cut.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Sorry, just 2/3 part of the diapositive. I have not all.
How many slides do you have?
No. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, Professor Conil. We hear you very well. Can you present, and at the end we will see what we can do for you to see all the audience.
Okay, no problem. I will use. I have another computer, so I will use my other computer to see the screen, and you can take this screen, and I will say when I change the diapositive. Okay.
Okay. I changed the slides for you.
Yes, I understand. But just what I was explaining is what you give me to see is not the entire diapositive, but no problem. I will look in another screen at the same time. Okay? Okay, so I will present you some results on catecholamines and foodborne pathogens, neurochemical modulation of bacterial virulence, and the implication for food safety. I'm Professor Nathalie Conil, coming from the Laboratory Bacterial Communication and Anti-Infectious Strategies at University of Grand Normandy. So, next slide, please.
It's okay.
So here is the background on microbiota gut-brain axis. Number 2, the other, oh, yes, good. We know that there is a bidirectional communication between the microbiota and host all along the microbiota gut-brain axis. And the microbiota and the host communicate with each other via various routes, including microbial metabolites, host neurotransmitters, immune systems, and among the molecules produced by the host are catecholamine family, also called stress-related hormones, which are neurotransmitters. In this family, we can find epinephrine, for example, which is also called adrenaline, and norepinephrine, which is also called noradrenaline. They belong to the catecholamines family because they possess a catechol group and an amine group. Next slide, please.
That's okay, you can follow up.
Okay, I cannot see the other one, but okay. Stress and also modification of diet. The use of antibiotics can deregulate the gut and the microbiota in the gut, leading to changes of normal gut, normal biosis, abiosis, to dysbiosis gut with modification of the population of bacteria habiting in the gut. This can lead to leaky gut syndrome, inflammatory diseases, intestinal pathologies, but also extraintestinal pathologies, modification of general metabolisms like in obesity, anorexia, depression, autism, Parkinson, Alzheimer's, schizophrenia, or skin diseases. Bacteria-host interaction is part of microbial endocrinology. Prokaryotes and eukaryotes have intimately cohabited for a very long time in both commensal and pathogenic relationships. We know that bacteria have been exposed to the host hormones, and the eukaryotic host have been also exposed to bacterial molecules, so these organisms from different kingdoms have co-evolved with acquisitions of tools, sense, and respond to signaling molecules. These inter-kingdom signaling processes between microbes and their host give rise to the emerging field of microbial endocrinology, determined by it in 1993. Here is the catecholamine rules. We know that in the host, catecholamines have several roles. They are produced by the adrenal gland on some nerves and can be found in several organs, leading to various physiological effects. For example, these molecules increase heart rate, they decrease digestive activity, they help the liver to release glucose, and they can be involved in diarrhea, constipation, or nausea. But these molecules can also impact the microbiota in the gut. For example, the bacteria living in the gut, but also the bacteria coming from the food. So foodborne pathogens, spoilage bacteria when they're in the intestine. Next slide.
Okay.
Here are some transcriptomic analyses we can find in literature on foodborne pathogens like Salmonella enterica. Fumarium was studied in the presence of epinephrine 50 micromolar, and the authors found 7.6% of the transcriptome was modulated by this molecule, and involved modification in transport, metabolism, oxidative stress, sensitivity resistant to antibiotics, and other functions. Another publication was done in Escherichia coli
and also showed that many genes were modulated by epinephrine or norepinephrine, and sometimes the modulation was in common, or sometimes it was different from one molecule to the other molecule. But they also found some modulation on virulence biofilms. We have to pay attention that sometimes results can also depend on the experimental results conditions, because of course, if we change the condition of incubation, the time of incubation, the quantity of molecule can have some various results. Another publication, next slide please, was on Campylobacter jejuni, and they also find some genes differentially regulated by catecholamines, epinephrine and norepinephrine, and modification of uptake of, for example, nutrients, impact on motility, virulence, oxidative stress, enzyme metabolism. Next slide, please.
It's okay.
Okay, so some work have suggested that bacteria can sense the catecholamines. In fact, we just see that norepinephrine and epinephrine can modulate bacterial physiology, so growth, virulence, adhesion, biofilm formation. If you are interested to know more information about all this modification in physiology, we have written two publication review on this subject. So Boucher et al. And Boujnan et al. You can find this information. And some authors have found that bacterial response to catecholamines can be due to two pathways. Sometimes bacteria can sense the catecholamines thanks to a bacterial adenergic sensor. They found this, for example, in E. coli. There is a two-component system, QSQ-BC, can sense epinephrine and norepinephrine, and this leads to the regulation of many genes involved in virulence, motility, and adhesions. But also, it is well known that catecholamines, epinephrine and norepinephrine, can also act like siderophore in the bacteria, so as xenosiderophore, and then provide iron for the bacteria, which is necessary for the growth of the bacteria and the virulence. So next slide, please.
Yes.
In her group, we are interested in looking at the impact of catecholamines on several bacteria in the gut. So we are interested in the impact on food pathogens, spoilage bacteria, but also on probiotics, commensal bacteria, and also the mix of several bacteria, not bacteria alone. So we made some experiments on Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Listeria monocytogenes. And here, next slide, slide 9, we with the PhD Mariam Boujnan, we look at the role of catecholamines on probiotic pathogen host interaction in the gut. It's the other slide, yeah. So there is this result I will present now are all on done in the lab, and they are unpublished results. So I prefer to give you this information, to be careful about that, because they are unpublished results. So with Mariam Boujnan, this PhD has also as co-supervisor Dr. Amin Bouker, which is present with you. If you have some question, if you need some discussion about this subject, Dr. Amin Bouker can talk with you. So we found that norepinephrine is a diapositive before, please, not this one on the screen. Norepinephrine can act on Pseudomonas aeruginosa. It's not the good one.
Which number?
It's number 9.
9. Okay.
No, before.
Before 9.
It's before. No, it's 9. This one is not 9. It's before. Before, please. Yes, this one. Thank you. So we found with Mariam Boujnan that norepinephrine can act on the pathogen Pseudomonas aeruginosa and increase biofilm, adhesion, and can sense. No, why it changed?
Is it this one?
It's still the same one.
Maybe there is a little delay.
Yes, sorry. So
Okay.
I will continue and just try to look at. So we look at another bacteria which was a probiotic, which is Pediococcus panthosaceus, and we found also the increase of biofilm, the increase of adhesion. It's still the number 9, please. And we also work on the mixed bacteria. Are you in the 9? Because on the screen is not the 9. Yes. So in the mixed bacteria, we can see an increase of dual species biofilm, an increase in adhesion. We have this publication in preparation. Not change, please. Do not change.
Il y a un décalage, je pense, sur les diapos.
Ouf.
OK. C'est bon?
Yes. So please don't touch. I will say when I change, so please don't change.
Okay.
So norepinephrine may participate to intestinal homeostasis, the imbalance and balance of the gut. So please now you can change. Thank you. So I pick up some results to show you, not everything, not all the results of the PhD, but just some pick of this. So here is the result of biofilm formation. So in this experiment, we use confocal microscopy with fluorescent stain to look at the biofilm. And we find that catecholamines, norepinephrine and epinephrine can increase the biofilm of Pseudomonas aeruginosa. You can see the biovolume measurement and the thickness measurement, and also the photo of the biofilm. So next slide, please. This publication is under review. So here we have now the dual species biofilm formation. In this experiment, we add the pathogen with the probiotic and use some fluorescent marker different for each bacteria. So the pathogens was in green and the probiotic was in red. So you can see in the confocal laser microscope that the norepinephrine increased the dual species biofilm biovolume on average thickness with the dominance of the probiotic strain. As you can see, there is more red color in the slide, in the photo with norepinephrine, with the molecules. Okay, so next slide.
It's okay here.
Oh, I could not see that you changed. Okay. Okay. So this is now the result of bacterial adhesion to intestinal cell SCACO2 TC7. So here also we use both strains, the pathogen and the probiotic, and see that norepinephrine can increase the adhesion of the pathogens, but also the adhesion of the probiotic. And when we mix both bacteria and enumerate them on selective media, we found that in presence of the probiotics and on presence on the molecules, the pathogens decrease, the adhesion of the pathogen decrease, and the adhesion of the probiotic increase. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please.
It's okay.
Okay, I don't see, but okay. So now there is another part of this work was done with another PhD, which is Salomé
tour. She began a PhD last year with a co-supervisor, Dr. Michael Callanan, which is in Cork, in Ireland, and she made the first year of PhD in France, and now, since September, she's now in Ireland. The subject of her thesis is the role of human stress hormones catecholamines on Listeria monocytogenes, virulence, and bacteria-host interactions in the gut. And previously, some authors have noticed that there's some effect of catecholamines on Listeria, but there is an old publication from 1997 and 1998. So we decided to continue on this work with a PhD. So next slide.
Okay.
Thank you. So here is the growth kinetics we made in serum SAPI with catecholamines on 2 Listeria strains. This is the first strain on this diapositive is CIP103533. Was isolated from milk. It's also unpublished results since now. So we can see that when we add norepinephrine or epinephrine, there is an increase in the growth of Listeria monocytogenes. We used serum SAPI, which is medium depleted in iron, to see more easy effect of the molecules that rise. The growth is not very high. The value of the growth is not very high. So this is the first strain. Now, next slide with the second strain.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the Listeria monocytogenes, the number CIP55143 was isolated from the fetal brain from Pasteur Institute. So the results were the same that with the other bacteria, catecholamines, norepinephrine and epinephrine increase the growth of this Listeria also monocytogenes. So next result, please.
Yes.
So now this is the biofilm formation studies. So we study the biofilm formation for the 2 strains also. So this is the first Listeria strain treated with norepinephrine and epinephrine, and we can see that catecholamines increase the biofilm biomass of Listeria monocytogenes. For both strains, the same result. Next slide, please.
Yes.
There is only few results in literature on the impact of catecholamines on resistance of antibiotic, but they found, for example, in Salmonella and in E. coli, that sometimes catecholamines can modify the sensitivity of the bacteria to antibiotics. So we were interested to look at in Listeria monocytogenes to see if we can have some different results. And we find that there is no effect of catecholamines on ampicillin when we treat the bacteria with ampicillin. And for the other antibiotic, we found that there is a decrease of resistance to gentamicin when we treat both Listeria strain with epinephrine. And for erythromycin, we found there is a decrease when we treat both catecholamines for the strain CIP55143. This is just the preliminary results, and we want to conduct some survival studies with the antibiotics to have more information about these mechanisms. So next slide, please.
Okay.
So in this diapositive, we make some scanning electron microscopy to look at adhesion of the bacteria in presence of the molecule. So this is just a preliminary result. We begin with 1 strain of Listeria and 1 molecule was norepinephrine, and we find an increase of adhesion to glass when norepinephrine is added.
Thank you. So next slide. This is a take-home message. So we can see that human stress may impact the microbiota balance imbalance, affecting both pathogenic bacteria and beneficial bacteria. I didn't show you all the results on beneficial bacteria, but we were the first in a group to look at the effect of catecholamines in beneficial bacteria, because all the work done before in publication was on pathogenic bacteria. And we found that also beneficial bacteria can sense these molecules. This may have a putative role in the link between human stress and infection. It's important to know how these molecules can modify the gut microbiota. So what is the work we have in progress, the future work? So we want to look at the behavior of other gut microbiota and the stress hormone and discovering the mechanisms involved. We will test additional pathogens, commensal and symbiotic strains. We plan to have some in vivo study like colonization, virulence assay in some models like Tenorhabditis elegans, Galleria melonella larvae, and germ-free mice. And we begin also to characterize the bacterial putative sensor like the one I show you, the two-component system in E. coli. We are looking at the same kind of sensor in both Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Listeria monocytogenes using molecular blocking and the use of mutants. So next slide. So this is the end of my talk. So I want to thank all my colleagues and my PhD students, as you can see them here. And thank you everyone to invite me for this presentation. And I'm here to answer for the question if you have some questions. Thank you. So next slide is the slide of the questions.
So thank you very much, Professor Konin, for your very nice talk. So I think
debate.
Yes, we have to start the debate. So we call all the speakers to come here, please, to initiate the debate. Thank you. So for the assistants, are there any questions for our speakers?
Okay, thank you both for the very nice presentations. So I'm not in the field, as you see, but I just catch some words. And you talk about rheology to control the quality of the, how do you manage it? And what is the impact of the testing, the degustation, because we did some work on pasta and chocolate. You know, the way you share the pasta, it will give you different different taste. So is it in this sense you talk about the rheology of oh.
Okay, thank you for your question. It's a very important question because when we made a very nice bread and not
do gustative tests, it's not complete, the study. Okay. In this day, we haven't do the test in normal test. We do it in formal test. When we have the bread with different rate of rye, when we increase the high level of rice, right, the bread not appreciate but consumer, it's not appreciate because when we do the test quality, baking quality, when we saw the cramp is not alveoli. It's not compact. The cramp is compact, but it's not very tasty. But the optimal rate with yeast instantaneous fermentation is 20%. 20%. It's good. Okay. When we use pre-fermentation, there is a little difference. It's about 10% appreciated by a consumer. But it's very important too when introduce more rate of rye. How to increase the quality, gustative quality, we in the future work to add some improver, okay? To add some improver in bread that we can increase the rate of rice and of course increase the nutritional quality. Voilà.
Thank you. Thank you. It's okay?
Sensory evaluation. For the sensory test, yeah, we have a panelist of we had a panelist of 40 people. They scaled the couscous from 1 to 9 for each parameter: color, appearance, texture, taste, and even preference. Yeah, and as I showed, that the panelists for color and appearance, they prefer the 0% quinoa, but for taste, texture, and even preference, they preferred the couscous with 50% and 75% couscous with quinoa. Yes.
That's a revolution.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 questions, okay, for the lady, talking about quinoa and couscous. Yes, okay. I saw, okay, in your title that you employ the term enriched. Enriched, yes, with quinoa, yes. Do you think that this is the appropriate term used, okay, when we talk about supplementation or incorporating?
Well, we use the term enriched because it is enriched nutrition for the nutritional composition. So it is enhanced.
Yes, we understand that couscous is deficient, and we have enriched, okay, the couscous with quinoa.
Yeah, this is why, I mean, this is why we use the term enriched, because with quinoa substitution, it is enriched, well, as we see proteins, fiber, fat, fatty acids, minerals. I think that it is the good term.
Okay, okay, on the same way.
Yeah.
Now, do you believe that this incorporation, because I don't believe that this is really enrichment, but I do prefer supplemented or incorporated. Now, when you incorporate quinoa to couscous, do you think that it will not affect the nomenclature of couscous regarding the UNICEF nomenclature? Or does the couscous will keep, okay, its nomenclature among the UNICEF?
No, because couscous, originally, even in Algeria, we don't use just wet based. We can use from herbs
It's in emerging, for example, in TR, it's sometimes substitute wet, we add some herbs, or even completed the wet, blé complet. So even couscous is known to be made of other products of cereals or pseudo-cereals, even legumes. Even, there is a lot of research of couscous substitution, enrichment, or incorporations. Yes. So, but it is still through the procedure of making them, through the agglomerations. So it is known through how it is made, not just of what it is made.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
When you presented, fatty acids,
yeah.
Yes, the panel of fatty acids, yes. Is it just for couscous, or you consider, the fatty matter, usually, we add to couscous, like butter or margarine, okay?
We used margarine in the process, of course, and didn't.
I think you have to consider.
Yeah.
Yes, okay,
point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to add some.
Sorry, we use margarine for the cooking couscous, but when we make, we don't use the margarine, just salted water. Yeah, and the fatty acids will on its own in cooked couscous. So the margarine wasn't added. Yeah.
Can we call this a value addition of couscous?
Yes, why not?
Yes, I think it's a more appropriate term which could be utilized for
value
addition.
It is. Since Corona, actually the worldwide have preferred to prepare the food actually in their home. So the entire world start to research the appropriate food, and the couscous is one of them. So this is why we prefer actually to choose quinoa over other.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
So,
couscous made with traditional made is better than couscous made industrial couscous.
Yes,
so it's very different. We made analysis among the two kind of couscous. The big difference, which made the one which made at home traditional way, it's very tasty.
This is why we choose the traditional way in the process. Yes.
What's about its registration for UNESCO? Because couscous.
With Morocco, Tunisia, and.
No, not Morocco. UNESCO.
UNESCO.
Because there is a specific classification for couscous.
Yes.
There is ingredients which are very identified.
Yeah.
You are changing this.
I said no, because already couscous, it can be enriched or substitute wet with other composition. I said I don't know in English. Yeah, it is already made in some regions. Yeah, with even with rye, it is actually made of it. We just with rye. Rice for gluten-free, yes. Yeah. With spirulina, actually, yeah. Especially with herbs, it's already in our tradition. Yeah, it is already I used the enrichment of couscous with other substitutes, other than wets.
Thank you. Are there? Do you have?
She's online.
Okay, thank you, Professor Nathalie Conil. Okay, yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, really, I appreciate your presentation, your speech. But my question is very fundamental. Do you believe that at the level of our gut, we have some neural cells, as you've been talking about the brain-gut axis, and they are attributed named the X brain axis. We have not just, okay, the brain gut axis, but we have a lot of organs gut axis. Now, at the level of our gut, it has been hypothesized that some neural cells exist at the level of these organ, which is, okay, our intestine. Do you?
Yes, it's the second brain. It's called the second brain.
The second brain, yes.
Yeah.
Now, are there neural cells at the level of the second brain as the first brain?
I don't know if I can call them neurons, but there are some cells secreting some catecholamines, yes.
And serotonin?
Yes, also, yeah.
They are not neural cells?
I don't know if we can call them neurons. They are, yes, in the... I'm looking at the name in English because I don't have the name in English, but there are some nerves in the gut,
yes,
that produce these molecules, and here there are some kind of neurons, but I'm not sure it's the same exactly neurons that in the brain.
Okay, thank
but
you.
But there are some cells like this, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions before? Yes? Yes? A moment, please. You will have the microphone.
I said that I'm going to go back to the couscous again, and I have a question about the varieties of couscous. You said in your presentation that there is 300 varieties of couscous. How do you define each varieties and which is the difference between one and one other? Thank you.
How do we, what? I mean, I didn't...
How do you characterize? What is the difference between two categories of couscous?
It is how it is cooked, for example, with a sauce or with fermented milk. It can be sweet or salt. This is from literature that they used to say that.
300s. Right?
Yeah, 300s, yeah, of course.
Like
I found
cheese.
that and I was shocked also. Yeah, you know, Algeria is a big country, so this is, I think, it can be explained.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I have the question for the Busaid. It's very interesting work. Does a cardiovascular protease operate with a fixed hemodynamic rhythm? And can it adapt to blood pressure variation in hypertensive or hypotensive patients to maintenance effect circulation?
Question, I'm sorry. Could you just repeat the question? I didn't catch.
Okay. Comme ça? It's good comme ça?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does its cardiovascular protease operate with a fixed hemodynamics? Rhythm also, of course. And can it adapt to blood pressure variation in hypotensive with the variation and the maintenance of the rhythm of the circulation of the blood?
Yeah, very good question, yeah. As you know, when the surgeon performed the surgery, they slow down the cardiac rhythm, so the pulsations. So the blood flow, the pressure is not so varying. Our computation has been also performed with I don't know if you have seen that there are some pictures which I show for different time of the cardiac cycle. So this blood pressure, of course, is taken into account in order to verify that the positioning of the stenting or of the prosthesis is good. Because when I start to work on this area, it was in 95, and the main problem they have is that the migration of the stenting. Migration because they do not appreciate correctly the impact of the hemodynamic, the blood flow, as well as the interaction between the elasticity of the tissue and the pressure which is applied on this tissue. So that was the starting point of the numerical simulation of this cardiovascular disease, something like 30 years ago. Thank you.
So thank you. Yes, do you have another one? The last one, I think.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. My question will be on the couscous. You said that the panel you use is consist 40% Yeah. This panel is it expert or only the?
Not all of them. There are
It's
some
simple, which is
random. Yeah, there
yeah.
are some experts and some random people. And not all of them. Not all the 40 were experts.
Yeah. So, what's the criteria that you choose those persons?
Well, we choose obviously a lot of them. They were students, so they were actually used to those kind of tests. Yeah, they each in our school, the high school of Agri. Actually, we do this kind of test. I don't know, 10 or 15, everyone. For yogurt, for bread, for biscuits, for, I mean, bon, I was the first one for couscous, but yeah, we can say they are experts.
So they have the habitude to work together.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah. So the panel generally is constituted
students.
8 persons. In sensorial tests.
Sensorial, we use 40 persons.
The panel is constituted on 8
Only 8
persons. Yeah.
Oh.
Only 8, and the panel have the habit to work together. It's like that. Yeah. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci.
So thank you.
One more question, please. Is that okay?
Yeah. We will have take the last one.
My question for the both side, okay? Really, when I listening your presentation, it was a good presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Now, my question is about the probiotics, okay? So can we eliminate the cardiovascular disease, okay, using the probiotics? Because I can see that there is also in the morning there is evidence that the probiotics can decrease the cardiovascular disease, okay, to prevent the risk of the cardiovascular disease. So what do you think about that?
Cardiovascular disease, is there any solution to have before surgery or before development of pathologies? That's your question? Yeah. We work in this sense by modeling the impact of nutriments on the growing of cells and reaction of cells to these nutriments, as well as to the mechanical stresses which are coming from the external area. And also we look at the phenomena of oxidation, which is very important. And it becomes very complex to gather all the models and to combine all the models in order to have a response, or to say a consistent response, because we can add a lot of models and get a response, but we do not know. After that, we lose the physics of the phenomena. So it's on the way, but it's very difficult. Maybe it's a way of new research in this direction. Thanks.
Sorry, Fatih, you are asking about the effect of probiotics in reducing cardiovascular disease or preventing?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Okay, this is well known. Okay, there's plethora of published works in the literature that show that Mediterranean diet can prevent cardiovascular disease among the population living in the area. You have a panel of foods that contain prebiotics and probiotics, rich in polyunsaturated fatty acids, polyphenols, in dietary fibers. Okay, they can prevent and reduce the complications of cardiovascular disease.
The question is, the later stage of the cardiovascular disease. Now is at the beginning, maybe the probiotics help to prevent this disease, but the later stage, can it? I don't think it can prevent the disease.
I don't think so. Yes.
I am asking the later stage of the disease. Not the first stage.
I think that most clinical trials do not consider later stages. There are very few studies who consider later stage, because among the criteria of selection of population of the sample, they have some criteria that people should not have, or participants should not have a lot of complications, not in late stage. And that makes very difficult to give conclusion regarding the effect of probiotics.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
For the panel of sensory evaluation, this is my point of view. I don't think so that student should be really considered as a good panel. What do you think about old ladies, our grandmothers and mothers? They are well situated to give the right qualification of your couscous. If you ask them to participate, what do you think? Now students, they are used to tacos, to pizza, to fast foods. Some of them do not appreciate couscous. Believe me, I am nutritionist and I don't know what I'm saying. They don't appreciate couscous. They don't eat it usually. But old ladies, I think they are well placed to ask them about their point of view on your couscous.
Of course. They would prefer the traditional
objective. Yes, but they prepare couscous.
Yes.
Yeah, they prepare couscous.
Of course. But
what do you think?
Well,
do you agree? Do you agree?
Yes, why not?
Or you need to give you time, give you time, to well think on
because
the
they have much experience, especially it is an old lady who made for me the couscous.
Well experienced.
Well experienced. Yes, of course. So yeah, why not? I think it is.
When they say this is good couscous.
Yeah, it is a good one for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So if there are no more questions, we thank you, or we thank all the communicants, the speakers, and also the assistants for their questions. So I close this session, and I think I invite all the assembly to the coffee break.
Coffee break and poster session. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and then there is also, I think, a poster session. Thank you.